Ahoy me hearties, welcome back to another Project Feline Devstream with your host Project Feline, doing more work on Project Feline. So I'm just currently updating my old list here of animations I still need to do. This is not an extensive list, there is more to it than this. And I'm just filling in the ones I have another checklist on this side, but there's some other stuff here that I don't want to show, so I will clean this list up. It doesn't have everything on here, but I did remember some ones that I hadn't even considered yet, and that's the vaulting animations. So I've added those to the list. And I'm trying to order these in order of priority, whereas the other list I have on this other screen is in alphabetical order, so it's a bit different. So I'm just trying to find the ones I need to focus on getting through for the next little while. This is the run. And because I came up with a few more that I hadn't thought about that I will need. There's the another like a jump, because we do have another jump grind animation, but it feels kind of repetitive seeing the same one over and over. So I want to make a variation of the grind jump. Oh, Terra Nation, thank you so much for the $20 dues. Thank you so much, dude. You're a real one. He's a real one, the real Terra Nation. Thanks so much, dude. That's so kind. So kind. Damn, here I thought the host name was Raymond. Well, that's what they have you believe. But no, Project Feline is actually not the game. It's actually my name. I named it after myself, so... because I couldn't come up with another name, so I just used my own name. Hi, Damon. Damon. That's an interesting name. So I'm just filling out the rest of the list so I can kind of keep focused on what work needs to get done. Obviously, this will take some more time, but it's gonna pay off. Oh yeah, there's the jump wall run. There's also like this, the jump clamber is pretty bad. So that needs to be redone, because that was like the first one we tried doing and it's just awful. So I'll move that up the list. Because there's different jumps still. I'm trying to think what else. Oh yeah, I was gonna start with this one today. Fall. As like tumbling, like a fell off animation for when she, when you run off a piece of ground without jumping off it. I have like a placeholder one there now, but I know exactly how I want it to look. So we'll start with that one today. But before we do, I just gotta get the rest of the list in here. There's also like the slide start transition. We'll just call it slide start because there actually isn't a transition between her running and sliding or walking and sliding or whatever. I should rename this sprint. Move this bit down the list. And then maybe I'll take these two and move these down. And there's a few extra ones on my other list that I'm not going to list because it's stuff I can do outside of Blender. So I'm just trying to keep this version of just the stuff I need to do in Blender only. Wall run. There's different few. This is going to be the most challenging one, I think. So I'm leaving this one to the end once I've mastered the skills I'm going to need to do the wall run, because the wall run is a very important animation and it has to look really good. But I don't feel confident I can make it good yet. I need to learn things from these other ones first before I can tackle this. I haven't leveled up enough yet. So do wall run, end, wall run. Because something I don't know, here's an interesting little tidbit here. At the moment, I'm just using the run. I hate this run animation, so don't get too upset about this run. I don't like it either. But I'm using this for the wall run currently. And you notice how she can actually run on walls without moving? Like she can move forwards, but if I hold backwards down, if I stop moving, I can actually just stay in place. I don't know if that needs a different animation or not. I think maybe it should. I'm trying to think what Titanfall does, because I know in Titanfall you can see the third-person character in multiplayer, and I don't know if I don't think they play a different animation. I think it's just the same animation, but they just have them, you know, the movement. Because it's still running, she just runs up instead of forward. But I guess we might be able to get away with one, so I'll just keep it to one at the moment. But we do need some kind of well, actually we don't, or maybe some kind of transition, yeah, like when she stops running and it expires, she does something to get off the wall into the falling pose, some kind of transition. I noticed a thing where the more transitions you add between these, the more intentional and graceful it looks. Because I think with an issue with my older model, the old animations are that there are no transitions really, and that's why it looks like a game character. And it doesn't really, it gives it the illusion away. So I've noticed that I've tried to look at other games, like I said yesterday that I didn't want to copy Spider-Man because I don't actually like the way Spider-Man looks. But I have noticed that they do have a lot of these embellishments of these transitions in there. But I don't necessarily want it to look like Spider-Man. It's just a thing I've noticed. And actually, even just AAA characters in general, like, especially like Last of Us, they have hundreds of those little in-between transition animations. So we're not going to take it that far, obviously, but having none is going to look bad. So we'll need some in here. I'm trying to think what else. Walk, lean. No, I don't need to put leans in. I can do that in engine, I think. Wall run, wall run. I don't know if there needs to be a starting animation or she should... I think, yeah, some kind of landing on the wall. So when she lands on a wall, she has to react to the wall. If she doesn't, it's going to look weird. In fact, her current model actually has this animation because she'll actually crouch a little bit, like she'll sort of squash into the wall slightly and then start wall running. She will do that at the moment, so we have to have that for the new model as well. So a start, a loop, and an end. I'll just reorder this in like a... because these will depend on how the wall run looks. and there was another one that I just remembered that I actually haven't written down anywhere, and it just escaped my memory. Oh yeah, like a turn around, and I'll explain what this means in just a moment. I'll add that to my list too. It's like a... This actually has to be 2 animations. So, I don't have any games on hand to show you what I mean. But it's sort of like this thing where if you run in one direction and then instantly turn around, the character like skids and then transitions to the other direction. I really don't like the rotation in Feline right now. I don't think anyone has expressly said this, but I can tell that it is something that I think bothers people. Because if you look at the way she rotates, I'll get over to the sunlight here. So pay attention to her capsule. I'll turn off anti-aliasing and post-processing so you can see her capsule. You see her capsule? You see the little capsule around her? Pay attention to it and watch what happens when she rotates. So you notice how when I change directions, she stops and then turns, and it kills all of her momentum when you want to switch directions. That has never sat right with me, and I've noticed that other games from like the 2000s also know that that's bad, and they have a programmed in state that preserves the velocity. Like, I think Jak and Daxter might have it. A Ratchet and Clank has it. Actually, the early Ratchet and Clank games have it. I think after Ratchet and Clank 1, they stopped doing it. They only had it for the first game. Trying to think what else has it. But I've seen it in a few places, and I thought, man, that would be great. That would actually solve a problem in my game. If I could implement... So I have to do some programming to get that working, but it would feel better to handle the character if you could actually turn safely without having to... Basically, because the way I see it, it's like there's a price on every action that you take. And I think the price on change direction is too high. It's too expensive for the player, because it's like, oh, I'm going the wrong way, and I should be able to switch, because even when you right turn, it sort of kills some of it. Not as much, though. But if you want to just switch like this, you have to watch her animation. She like goes to the idle, and it's like, that looks awful. It looks awful. Not only does it feel awful, but it looks bad. So we need some kind of transition where she skids and that momentum kind of can taper off a little, because it'll be more physically realistic too. And I'm not saying that realism is the axiom here, but it helps that it's also how physics actually is meant to feel. Intuitively, it would feel better. And it would look better. And I think you guys would like it. So I want to have that in there, because those little bits of polish is like, that's important stuff. And this is a really important one, because this is like core movement stuff that you don't want to get that wrong. If you get that wrong, it gives it like this is an indie game sort of feel, which it is. But it's like, you know, it doesn't sound like a hard thing to do. It probably isn't that complicated to program. I already have an idea in my head on how I'd program it, but you just have to, you know, put in the work to make it, and then have a cool animation to wrap it in, which will take some... It's not complicated work. It isn't like, oh, how do I even go about this? It's like, I know how to do it. I just have to actually do it. So it'll take a bit of effort. So I've got that in here. Let me add that to my other list. And it should be a short animation. Well, okay, so when I said it was going to be 2, because here's how it would actually work, probably. What you would have is, you have one state where the character, when you first turn, it has to do 2 things. When you press the other input and you 180, there has to be a looping state that happens. It has to trigger this looping state of where it starts to taper the momentum. It keeps you moving forward the way you were going, but the momentum starts to taper off. And I've already got functions for that written, because Gabi's momentum already does that when you move. So if, for example, if I go down this hill, you see when I start running, you see the speedometers going down? So I basically need to have a loop that will bring it down to 0. And I've already got a calculation for that. I just need to tell it to do that. And then once it reaches a threshold of like 0.2% of the speed, then it just rotates the character flips it the other way, and then takes the momentum that you had before, and then just apply it again and have you turn around. It would be maybe not exactly like that, but it would be similar. It would be something like that, where it would record the momentum you had as you're running sideways, it would taper it down, flip you, and then bounce you back the other way. That's how it should feel. So because there's 2 steps, step 1, skid to a halt. Well, it's not to a halt, it's just skid a little, have that bit of skid, and then have a threshold. So the threshold could be 0, where it doesn't, you like completely come to a stop, but I think that would be bad. You want it to like, the speed to come down to like 20 k's an hour or something. You want it to come down like half, and then bounce you back and give you your full momentum back. That's what you want. Or maybe just, I can even make it, because I have functionality for this for other things. So actually, it might be even easier to implement than I think it is, because her dash move and her double jump actually do the same thing with her momentum. Like if I double jump the opposite way, it actually will redirect her momentum, but I can give it a ratio of like how much. So at the moment, her double jump will give you back 75% of your previous momentum, but in the direction you're now going. So I've already got a foundation for that I could use. I just have to put it in context. Same with her attack as well. It factors in all that momentum, and and I can change it. So if I decide it doesn't feel good, I could say, well, give it all her momentum back, or only 0.1% of her momentum. Like I can change all of that stuff. So thanks, Past Ray, for setting that up. But we need like a skid and like turn around. Because you have the skid where she's like trying to stop herself. And then once it has to loop that animation, and I know how that should look, until we reach that speed threshold. And then she just needs a thing of her looking like she's turning around. So you just need 2 quick clips of those. So let me add that to my other list on this screen. That's what you need. Let me just write that down. And that will, I just know already that it feels good. And then important thing to keep note of here is, because I do get lots of suggestions about adding mechanics to the game, like, oh, have her lean on the rails, or you know, have tricks and things like that. And I have a very harsh threshold of what extra things I want to add, because I'm very aware that if I add too much, that's bad. The thing that I look for like, is this idea that I have for a new mechanic or a new feature or whatever, does that solve anything? And 80% of the time, it doesn't, and I don't pursue it, and I scrap it. But 20% of the time, it does help, and it's like, well, those are the good ideas. So things like a trick system, because I remember I used to get lots of comments asking to add tricks, but tricks don't really add any value to the game. It's cool, but it's fluff. It's scope creep. That is like a bad idea for this game, because it doesn't actually solve a problem. It's just it would be cool if X type thing, which is great for the ideation stage, but we're well past that now. The only things we're allowed to add at this point is anything that solves something. Because, even if I don't think of this, someone else will probably notice. And it'll be one of those things where it's like, if I release some kind of demo and this is a feedback I think I'll get, where it's like, oh yeah, it's really good, but there's just something a bit off about her rotation. And they might come up with a different suggestion of like, you should make the rotation speed faster or whatever. But this thing I've just said is going to solve that same problem as well. So that's sort of a way of like having less of those sorts of comments and feedback to have to work through. Because if I can already try and look for that already, it just means the player's gonna have less junk to have to point me out on. So yeah, that's one thing I try to be careful about because I know it looks like it's like, oh, he's just gonna keep adding to this list, but no, there is some things I will add, but there is a lot I will not. So it's like I have an idea on what is gonna waste time and what isn't. And I think one of these types of things, like a turnaround and a skid, that seems like a good idea. That would actually add value and solve a problem. Because especially for this kind of gameplay, you don't want You don't want this unpolished, like, you don't want the movement to ever punish you for just turning directions. It's just it just feels bad. So, I think, let me just double check. I think this might be the remaining ones. Let me just triple check this. Because I have the idle, because we do need some kind of like thing she does when idling too long, because everyone, this is something I'm kind of giving into a little, because I know people are just excited for this stuff and it would be fun. And I'm trying to think of simple ideas to do for those, but they're on the list because I think we need about, I want to say 3. I've got 1 that's sort of in progress, but I think we need like 2 more of her just stretching or something. Then there's, what else is on my list here? We've got the jog, we've got the, I'm just trying to do the ones that aren't ticked off. Jump apex moving. Oh, do I have that? Yes, I have that on the list. Jump descend moving. We were looking at these yesterday. We noticed there was issues with these yesterday, so I might move these up the list because I'm gonna now prioritize this in priority. I'm gonna like reorganize it in priority order now. So I'll put the idle fidgets at the bottom because they aren't too important. This will go a bit higher in the list because we actually have the code for that. This will go at the top because I know what I want for that, and that should be quick. I think I already have. Oh no, yeah, I don't have. We'll move that a bit higher. We'll move that here. Another like variant of the grind jump, just so it doesn't look repetitive. There's like 5 that I'm missing that I'm forgetting about. Jump wall run. We'll probably put that near, like, around here. Ledge step up. Pounce. Oh yes, the combat animations. I don't have those in. So you need like a pounce. Oh, do I have those? No, I don't. And then a transition out of the pounce. And then a rebound 1. Because we need to have some animations of her, like, this is where I want to go really acrobatic with these ones. So these are the animations that play during her combat move, which we don't have yet either. And those, I think they're going to be hard, but I think I am going to enjoy them. So this is like the animations for when she's doing this aerial combat, because we don't have any animations. These are just the falling animations it's playing right now, and it doesn't look great. What I want is when she's diving towards one of these, I want her in like a dive pose or a pounce pose, something aggressive, where she's leaping towards these. And then when she rebounds off it, I want her to do like a cool trick. I think doing some kind of acrobatic move in this rebound would look awesome. And that's what I envisioned in my head when I programmed the mechanic the first time, but I didn't add the animations yet because I knew I would start the model over, so I didn't want to add the animations for the old model. It would have been a waste of time to do that. So I need to look at more reference for those, but I have some ideas floating around of like things with her legs where she like does like a split in the air and flips sideways, or like a corkscrew flip or a back flip. Like something really rewarding, so that when you do take out and hit one of these enemies, you feel like, oh, I want to do that again. Like that's how it should feel. At the moment, I'm not feeling that right now. It feels underwhelming. And you don't want it to feel underwhelming. You want it to feel like rewarding. Like, oh, that was sick. She did a flip off that thing. I want to do more. Like that's the reaction I want. That's how I want to feel. That's how I want the players to feel. And I'm not feeling that right now. So, at least the hard bit of that is done, because it's programmed in. That's the hard bit. So it's just, we got to make it look pretty. So I'll add those to that list. And I'll put these before the wall run, because I know the wall run is actually going to be harder than those, most likely. So I'll put that under the turnaround in priority. And I think that's the remaining ones. Do I have the vault? I have the vaults there. Turnaround, walking. Oh, and the run. Oh, I do have it here, the sprint. Yeah, because the sprint sucks right now. It looks bad. And the sprint, the reason why this is higher on the list than the wall run is because the wall run I still don't really know yet if I want to make it like her old one or do something different, because the old animation, she sort of skids along the wall like she's surfing, but I don't know if that's what I want. I don't know if I want that, or if I want her running, like have her feet moving along the wall, or if I want her sort of riding the wall. I don't know what I want for that yet, and I think I will know once I do these. I'll kind of have time to think about it more and go, oh, okay, I have an idea that's jumping at me now, but that hasn't happened yet. Usually these more complicated ones take me some time to synthesize. So we'll leave that at the very end, but this is like the full list of the rest of them I still need to do blocking wise that I haven't started. And then the next phase after this is just polishing them all up. And we've started doing a bit of that already for some of the other ones. I kind of went a bit off direction here, but we've already been polishing up like the falling, and because yesterday we were doing the landing and the jumping. Those are sort of like polished stage wise. They're kind of there. Despite the I know the export problems, that's what you're seeing when you're seeing the mesh glitch like that. That's not, I'm not looking at that. I'm more looking at like the posing and stuff. Because I don't think we'll need to, unless we're changing the position of the hands or whatever, we're not going to really need to do more to those. Like we don't need to shimmer more of the mesh or do any, like the arc system polish. We don't need to do that for a lot of those. Because I would say those are like 90% good. I'll just might need to look at them one more time, but I'm very confident in those ones. But then there's this list of stuff that was still not even started yet. So we'll start with the very top one of her falling off something, because at the moment, because that somersault doesn't look very good. And we actually use this for the double jump too. And actually I need to put that on the list. I forgot about that one. That's the last one that I didn't remember. So we'll do a jump, the mid-air jump, because I'm not happy with it. The form is too, I don't know, it just doesn't really match the rest of her movement, where it's too circular, and I don't like it. And I'm using that same animation right now for when she falls off something. So the idea is cool. I like that she does do a move when she falls off. It looks like she's doing it on purpose, right? It looks like, oh, I didn't mean to fall off. No, that was on purpose. Like that, I love that. That's cool. But I don't like the actual animation. I know how it should look though. I remember when we looked at this yesterday, I had an exact thing of what her knees need to do, what her arms need to do. So we'll start right there. We'll resume at that point. So what we'll do, we can actually copy this flip already. Maybe I've already got one. Actually, we can use this animation to start. Actually, this was for the backflip, which I don't know where I want to use this, but this pose is similar to what I was thinking. So we will copy this and make a few adjustments. Hold on a minute. All right, let me get that back. So we'll make a copy. We'll call this fall off. So I'm just reading some of your chat messages here. I totally kind of zoned out. Would there be a different skid for each speed? I think the skid could only be done at one speed, because you wouldn't do the skid for the walk. That's a little... I think I would make it so that the walk you could just turn normally, but for a run, but there's momentum, like the more momentum you have, after a certain threshold, the skid would activate. I think we might be able to get away with one, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we might need more, but I think I'll start with just the one and we'll have to see. I'm like 80% confident we can do just the one, but we'll see. Will she also skid when going to a complete stop? Yeah, we can make it do that as well. So the thing I would do is program it so that whenever the input axis changes at any point, and if it either comes, like if the direction, you know, like when you're pushing a joystick, and if you're pushing the joystick forward, and then you let go and it goes back to its resting position. So if the direction that it rests in is opposite to the direction that it was going, which it would be true if you stopped the joystick or if you turned it around, if you like went the other direction. In either of those cases, I would engage the skid state. And then depending on what input you're still holding at the end, if you're still wanting to move backwards, it would then do the turnaround. So I guess it's good that it's different animations, because if you aren't holding the movement, then it would just play the skid loop and then stop to the idle. It wouldn't do the turnaround. So that's how I would think to do it. Yeah, something like that. Tricks are fun. I know they're fun, but it's like they're fun in Sonic Rush. Well, yeah, I'm sure I haven't played Sonic Rush, but I'm sure they are fun in Sonic Rush, but we're not making Sonic Rush. So it's like, and I don't know, that's the thing you gotta be kind of just careful of with this stuff. I think I do see it. I had this mistake too. I used to make this mistake of just copying everything I liked and going, oh, I like this in this game. Like Mirror's Edge, I think. I remember Mirror's Edge has this mechanic where you do a tuck roll when you land. And I thought, oh, I should add that to my game because Mirror's Edge has it. And it's like, yeah, but should you really? Like, does my game really need that? And just because Mirror's Edge has it is not a good enough reason. Because Mirror's Edge, they probably had a reason to go, we need the tuck roll, and then if you take fall damage if you don't do it. They have a design reason for it that might not be obvious to me or to the players, but to the developers, they wouldn't, yeah, like they know what they're doing. So it's like they're gonna add that deliberately to do something. And unless I can know what that is, unless I can point out exactly why it benefits and can argue it, then it's a bad idea. Unless I have a court-ready case of like, Your Honor, this is why we should add a tuck roll mechanic to Project Feline. And if I had like a full-on thing of here's exactly how it would benefit it and here's what it would solve. But I can't do that because I just don't think it is a good idea. Because I can't think of a thing it would solve. It actually would probably create problems because it kind of interferes with the flow of my set of mechanics. So in that case, it's like that is something I throw away because that is not going to add to the game. It's going to dilute the game and make it into something else. And it's just about knowing what you're making. I think that's really what it comes down to. And that's something I think I might have talked about that on a devlog a long time ago, but I think it's the knowledge is sort of solidified better. I could explain it better now, so maybe I should talk about that again sometime because it's one of the things that I really struggled with for the first like 2 years of development. But I think I want to say that I handle it better now. I mean, well, we won't know until it's done, obviously, but I like to think that I have a slightly better eye than I used to for that stuff. So let me just find what frame this ends at. But that's a good thing to bring up though, because I do think you can't be careless. You can't just go, oh, this is cool. Like, that's not a good enough reason. You have to really criticize that thing and go, is this really worth the time? Is this really worth the time? And if you still think so after you advocate for and against it, then it's good. But if you can't, then it's a bad idea. You basically have to turn your brain into a court hearing. That's sort of what it is like in my head most of the time. My internal dialogue is just arguing, like constant arguing. So I have like a Saul Goodman in my head saying, Your Honor, my client, my game design is simply built different. We need this thing in it. And then the court guy will say, application denied. Please resubmit. And if I think it's worth resubmitting, then I'll do it. That's sort of, yeah. So I have a very interesting like self-talk. I basically sound like a courtroom that's just in constant arguing, but I feel like it's sort of what you have to be like. That's what game design is. It's just constant arguing. So this flip, it's doing it backwards here. So I'm going to change this real quick. Because the flip I want, it's actually a double flip, which is even cooler, because I was thinking double flip would be cool. The posture is actually similar to this. I actually do I even need to change anything, I wonder? Because this is actually not terrible. The center of gravity might look a little strange. I just want to see how this actually looks in game, because this is actually... This one already, it's not terrible. It's something's a little off about it, but I don't know what it is right now. I need to see how this looks in the actual context of it, so we'll export this one out. We won't want, well, yeah, we do want animation, leaf bones only, primary axis forward is Y negative. I've memorized all those settings now. I think that's it. So we'll just animation name. So this will be Gabi fall off. I don't like this name, but I can't think of a better name. So we'll just go with this. Where did that go? Gabi fall off. So let me put that in the right folder. I need to see it. Because it might actually, this might actually be good enough to move on with, but I don't, I have to test it. I made that backflip for something else, and I don't remember what it was for now, but we can repurpose it for this great thing. And why is it not letting me, oh, here we go. Add the step, and we need a end marker, so we got to go to add notify end at about here. And then all I need to do on the animation blueprint itself, oh, here we go. I had it open right here. That's cool. So I can just replace this. I don't know what I had this for. Oh, no, I know what this is for. Yeah, no, I should put it in here. What was this for? I don't know. No, I probably will remember what that's for in a bit, but let's, I'm just gonna plug this straight in. I think it's so that it changes depending on the speed, whether she does that flip, but I can't remember how I've set that up. Ooh, that was like kind of cool. Hold on. Not bad. It is a little too smooth, and I know why. I know why. It looks smoother than the other animations, because I haven't actually cut out the interpolation correctly on this one. But pose-wise, I don't know, what do you guys think? I think it's like, there's like a 10% thing in it that I'm kind of not sure about. It might just be her posture, or her rotation pivot. But it doesn't look that far off from what I was thinking. So she sort of tumbles down. Let me, I know I keep, I need to like find I need to find something I can quickly jump back on and do it over and over. Oh, it seems the animation lasts a little too long there. I wonder if I jump off something shorter, does it just keep looping it? Yeah, it keeps, okay, it keeps looping it. That's not so good. I think I know why though. I know why it's doing that. Sort of like the combat will feel like a trick system anyway. I mean, I guess so. But I think what people are talking about trick system, it's more like a Tony Hawk type thing, and that is like actually really complicated, and it's like it adds nothing. But the tricks I'm thinking is more like, it's tricks to complement the mechanics I already have. It isn't that I have to go and program a new system for tricks. It's like I'm adding the tricks into her existing mechanics, which is a bit of a different thing than adding because it isn't a trick system, it's just animations that are animating tricks. There's a difference between the two. A trick system requires a lot more it requires like a whole scoring system, a conditioning system of like when you can do tricks and what inputs, and you know, like it's actually extremely complicated to do a trick system. Because with Tony Hawk, you know, have you seen the moves list for a Tony Hawk game? Where it's like, if you rotate the stick at this angle and press triangle, triangle, square, you do like a different combo, like that sort of stuff. It's like, no, that's not gonna add it. That is a distraction for me. It would be cool, like it would look cool, but it's just, it takes away from the core of the actual thing I'm doing. Because I feel like the game should be so good that it doesn't need a trick system to be fun. That's like copium, where it's like, oh no, I don't think my game's fun enough. I should add more things. And it's like, no. That's a sign of unconfident design. And people can tell. People can go, oh, this person wasn't confident in their core mechanics, so they had to add all of this embellishment to compensate. And I've seen players notice that, and it's unfortunate. It's one of the most tragic things I think a developer can do, is when they themselves are so unconfident in their thing that they feel like they have to do it. And I think maybe half the players might not even notice, but people will tell that it's like, it doesn't feel focused. That's usually what they say. The feedback I see is, it doesn't feel focused. It feels a bit all over the place. And they're not very specific. They won't be able to say why, but it's probably because of like anything that takes away from that core. So I've made that mistake with Feline. I added stuff that was sort of useless that I cut out. Like the old melee system was kind of garbage. And so I'm just watching this animation over and over because I just want to see. Yeah, I think the pivot point, I'm seeing now the pivot point is like kind of off. Her back, it should be closer to her hips, I think. Watch where her pivot is. I don't know. It feels like the head is in the wrong spot. The head should go in a circle, but it isn't quite doing it. It's going in like an elliptical shape. It's pivoting around the wrong axis, and it looks like the feet and the head are out of balance from the side. Can you guys see it? I don't know, it's a bit hard to see with the camera movement, but I just want to make sure I get that right. The pose itself, though, I was actually expecting to hate this pose, but I'm really trying to, it's like, because it's never that easy. It's like, there has to be something wrong with this, right? Because there's always something wrong. But I think it's just the center of mass. I think that's it. But I'm kind of in disbelief. It's like, surely it isn't just like that, right? Surely not. It's never that simple. I always end up finding 10 problems. Oh, maybe it is. So anyway, let's move on. Maybe it is that simple. Maybe I actually did do a good job on that one. So I'm just not happy with this. You see the way the head... Watch where the feet go. You see how the feet lines up with this grid line? And then the head kind of goes over? I don't like that. It looks bad. So we need to move her body a little differently. And now that I can, yeah, I think that the arms need to come up a little higher, and the neck looks like it's her neck. It looks like that hurts. So I might adjust the neck a little as well. Giovanni says, I've been here for a while already, but just came into my head that I have no idea what that doorway... Oh, that. You know what that is? That was what my contractor did. He, because this is meant to be lasers. It's meant to be a laser grid, but he didn't, he went and changed how the laser grid is done, and he didn't tell me. So... every laser grid in every level except the ones he worked on now has this problem, where it's just a big smoke thing, and I have no idea like what's going. I haven't had time to look at this because I just have been so busy with fixing everything else. But yeah, it's meant to be a grid. That's how I did it. It was a grid of lasers, but he broke it and he didn't tell me about it. Like, I found out about it when I opened source control and merged it, and it's like, oh, all of my lasers are now broken. Thanks. So, yeah. Yeah, that's what happens. So when that becomes a higher priority, I'll fix that. So yeah, I actually wonder, that's probably, you guys have probably seen that this whole time. So that's a good question. I've tuned it out because I'm only focusing on the character, so I'm just tuning all of that out for the moment. But yeah, that was a frustrating day when I learned that it's like, oh, I have to redo all this now. It was working fine, but now I have to redo it all. It's lovely. So yeah. This is better. It's better, but it's the vertical. What if I made it the hips? I don't think this is good. No, not the hips. That's awful. Okay, the posture is... I think the posture will kind of make this look better, because I am not a big fan of this. I know Sporticus does flips like this sometimes, but I can't remember the specific clip. There's this clip in my head. I know the shoulders, yeah, the shoulders, we gotta relax them just a little bit. And I think the knees need to be a bit more spread. They need to be a bit wider than the shoulders, I think, just from memory of how I see Sporticus do. Because there's a type of flip that he will do that's similar to this. And there's a way that the hands and knees connect that I've almost got. It's more like this. I don't know if the elbow's too pointed. I don't know if the elbows are meant to do this. I need to go find it now, because I thought I remembered it, but I now I'm questioning it. There's this type of flip he'll do, and it's I know the exact camera angle. I just don't know where it's used, but it's like the camera is looking up at him flipping over the camera, and it's in this pose. And I remember seeing this, like last week I was looking at it, but I don't know if I saved the tab of him doing the flip, but he does it often, so we might be able to stumble across it, but I just can't remember where it is, because it's exactly the thing I want. I'm just skimming. I just have the reference open on my other screen, and I'm just skimming through it. I'm finding other flips, but it's not the one I want. I'll show you guys. It probably looks boring with me just like clicking my keyboard, because I'm trying to find this flip he does. Is this it? No. But also, hey, that stuff we were looking at yesterday, I totally didn't see this, but you see, remember what yesterday, for those who weren't here, I found a video of him doing instructional training on how to move like Sporticus, and he has all these rules of like, you're not allowed to bend your body this way, your posture has to be this way, the arms have to be straight. And it's funny how literally every frame of this, he's like never breaking character. You see this jump, you remember the fall animation we were doing yesterday? It's very similar, and I thought, how would Sporticus pose this? And the thing I chose is actually really similar to what he's done. So I think I'm understanding the rules now. Because that same pose, that was like Gabi's fall. We did it a little different because it's a fall. But the arm straight, the leg straight, and everything. Oh, here we go, here we go. Oh, this is close. There's a different one from a different camera angle. But this will do, because we can actually see his center of gravity from this side. So it's around his shoulders by the looks of it. The pivot point is his shoulders, which is interesting. I didn't, Well, it's only because he's doing the one flip. If he was doing two flips consecutively, it would probably look a little different. But his elbows are going out like that. Okay, that's what I need to know. I can deduce that from this very pixelated clip. Are you trying to make her look more professional with her flips or more casual? I think I want her to look disciplined. So, I'm trying to think. Can I explain this without ruining the backstory? I'm wondering. let's just say that Gabi has had time to learn this stuff. That's all I'm gonna say. She's been through some harsh conditioning to get her to move like this. That's one of the reasons I kind of wanted to go this way with it. For like I think someone did suggest yesterday to look at free runners, and we might look at a little bit because there are some things from it we might be able to borrow, but generally I don't want it to look like free running because everyone does free running and I want to do something different. And like in terms of like when people say a parkour game, everyone instantly thinks free running, and it's like Mirror's Edge is sort of the king of that, and it's like I don't really want to go near. I want something that I would like. I don't want to just do what is like because Mirror's Edge did it, because it's like at that point I might as well try and just, you know, I might as well try and beg EA to hire me and just make Mirror's Edge if I wanted to just do what they do. So I want to do something a bit different, and I don't know, but just gymnastics to me jumps out as like, do this. So that's the vision. I'm just watching his, and is the way that, yeah, the leg bend, I've got it a little bit wrong. The legs and his back is actually bent a bit. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, so his legs come out more. Mine are a bit too condensed. So his legs come out like, yeah, right angle. You see the rules? He always says when he's moving, he has to have the right angle and the straight line. So we gotta follow the rules. I can't quite see what his feet are doing because they're like so blurred, but yeah, because this is like so like I can't, like his legs are literally just blurring into the background, so I can't see if his toes are pointed or not. But the way that the legs bend here, it's like a right angle, right angle, right angle. Oh, it's so cool. Like, because I know he's like thought about it and he has all the rules and then he actually sticks to them. Because he doesn't just make them up and then like half do it. He like commits and sticks to that movement rule. Like there's never a point on camera where he breaks it. It's so cool. And after the stream, I was like, I was trying to see what else, if there are other characters in that show that did the same thing. And I can tell Robbie Rotten, he has his own movement language too. It's not the same as Sporticus, but it's a very campy, sort of Jim Carrey-esque thing. But it's like his own thing with Robbie Rotten. But he also has this extremely considered movement language that he does. The way he moves, a lot of Robbie Rotten's actions are very reactionary. Like, it's usually, the memories I have of watching him do stuff is that he's like watching kids, you know, be active, and then he reacts to it and goes, oh, they're playing, we can't have that. And he has this over-the-top sort of posturing that he does, and he does a lot of spins. Anyway, yeah, it's just interesting. Because I think both of them knew each other when it was a stage play. Like, they were both the only two cast members that were there from the stage play days. Because it used to be a play in Iceland before they made it a show. And Stefan, Carl, and Magnus were both part of that. And then it was like, then they both went on together to do the TV show. And they had the puppeteers and stuff. I think Stefan Karlsson was a puppeteer as well. Not on the show, but I think he did have... I want to say, I don't know if this is 100% correct, but I remember reading that he like knew puppeteering. So, and puppeteers probably think about this stuff too, of like posing, like the people on Sesame Street, they probably have a whole thing of how Elmo is meant to move, how Big Bird is meant to move. They probably have like these very considered things of here are his gestures, here's how you do them. You can't have Elmo move this way, it has to move like this. They probably have all of this stuff, and it's just so cool. I don't know, I just really respect like the effort for that kind of thing. I didn't used to see it like that before, but trying to do this animation has kind of opened my eyes a lot to it. Anyway, I'm just trying to, because I don't want to bend the back too much, but I'm just watching the... it looks... I can't quite make, because it's very pixelated. And I know that Sporticus does not bend his back a lot. So I'm just trying, it's the neck. I've got the neck in the wrong spot, that's what it is. I'm just trying to pay attention to his yeah, so this comes a bit more like this. Because he's reaching, the shoulders and his upper torso are reaching for his knees. And Gabi doesn't quite look like she's doing that. So what we might do, I'll try to match the angle, because I'm doing this at a different angle. Because in the footage here, he's upside down like this. So I'll move all of this over here and see if I can kind of, from this, match it. This is a bit better now. It's a bit closer to the reference. So yeah, the elbows look, I've got them at the wrong angle. They're meant to be more like this. The shoulders are meant to, they do tilt in a bit. Like that. And the hands, a bit more like this. The knees are a bit better now, because now we have the right angle. Before it was too acute. And it looked a little... I think that's probably what was throwing the center of gravity off, because her legs were folded too much, and it was throwing off the weight. That's why no matter what center of gravity I was going to have, it looks strange. So this should actually look and hold up much better now. So that's cool. Let me just like move... I didn't have the... Oh, no, I don't want to take that keyframe. There we go. So you see how, it's just the, I might need to move the legs a bit more, because the legs do stick out a bit more now and it looks a bit strange. Or not, I don't know, maybe that's okay. Maybe just a little. They are a little... Or, another idea, because I don't know if this is the correct posture. This might break the rule. But I've noticed that some gymnastic flips have this pose. Where it's like, but they have the legs closer together. Like they would do something like this. Oh, it doesn't, I don't, something like this in gymnastics. It's similar to this. So I don't know, maybe would this look better, do you think? And then the arms would come in a bit more. This is more like a dive. Gabi is always too acute. Oh, shush, you. Shut up. That was a good one, though. Have I tried animating an engine? No. I have not heard good things about it, so... I'm using Unreal 4, by the way. So I know that in 5 they've added a bunch of stuff, but I'm not using 5. And I don't want to try my luck. So I want to just stick with Blender, because I know how to... I understand Blender. I don't know how to animate in the engine. I mean, it's probably similar, but I haven't tried it. It's a risk for me, because I don't know what will happen. I don't know what can break, so I'm gonna not do that. I think the legs together flip ends in a T-pose like pose. I think you could be right, yeah. Yeah, I know the one you mean, like that. Yeah. Except I don't think, well, I want to see this in game. This is gonna look, we need to just move around. This is just a minor change. I think the arms would go something like this. I just want to see, because I'm just getting ideas of like how this should look. Oh, it's taken the symmetry off. Hold on. We can always go back if we don't like this, but I just want to give it a crack. Just for my own curiosity. Because it might actually look, it might look better than what I'm trying to do. So I think the arms and elbows have to kind of do that more. Like this. It's not perfect. This is just eyeballing from what I remember the pose looking like. But we'll give it a... I'll have to move all the keyframes back over to the first one. I don't know what these are though. And before I do export it, we'll do our magic trick of cutting out interpolating, because it's gonna look too smooth otherwise. So we take this. This will be really quick. Well, let me just drink my water. Oh, in 5.4, yeah. So I'm not using 5.4. I don't have plans to use 5.4, so we're not gonna go there. And the reason for that is, I don't know. I avoid upgrading stuff if I can, because every time I do, something happens. Every time. Something always goes wrong, and I'm like, can this not? So if it isn't broken, then I don't change it. Just for safety. But that's my rule. That's what I do. Okay, that'll look a bit better now. So if we go to just quickly export that out and try and chuck it back in, you can probably close this. Where did she go? Fall off. Re-import. Because yeah, I think that does look a bit like a dive, because that's what divers do when they flip. It's like that. I kind of like that too, actually. I did like the other. I liked both, but I also like this as well. Oh, it didn't do it that one time. That's oddly, that's strange. That's actually not terrible. But the animation lasts too long. It doesn't cancel. It doesn't animation. Can I fix that? I think I can fix that. I'm just a bit bothered that it doesn't animation cancel. It should do it. Yeah. What needs to happen? This fall start, the transition, it needs a way to go back to idle run. It has to go back. Or no, can I make this bi-directional? There's like a thing called bi-directional, and I've never done this before, and I have no idea what it does. But I don't know if that'll like do it. I have no idea. If that just lets me like, I feel like there's more to it than that. No, yeah, that's not working. So I'll turn that off. Oh, it's giving me a warning. Oh, bi-directional transitions aren't supported yet. So why is it in there? What do you mean? It's got a tick mark saying, do you want to make this bi-directional? And then it's like, oh, actually, no, we haven't finished that one yet. It's like, come on, man. Come on, don't just hide the tick mark if you don't want to be using it. Silly. So let's make another so we want to just change it to the opposite transition, where if she's doing, oh no, sorry, is this the right? Yeah, that's the right one. So if she's falling and then she goes back, we want it to go is not in air. Yeah, actually, it's just this. I don't know what, we might not be this one. If it is not in air, then go back. That's all there is to it. All right, let's try this. So if I should be able to animation cancel it. Yeah, oh, it blends out. No, we can't have the blending. No, the blending looks bad. Look at this. Look at the, oh, like I know it looks kind of cool of her flipping out of it, but the frame rate's too high on it. Like it breaks the low FPS thing. So it's a cool transition, but we can't put, no blending, that's the rule. So, so we have to get rid of that. I forgot how to do it. Oh yeah, we just yoink, take that away. No blending for you, not today. So now it should just go straight back to, yeah, we go. Okay, that's great. Perfect. So I'll try this with, is there a level that like has lots of these sort of cliffs? Maybe this level. This is an old one that you guys might remember. You might remember this stage. Is there a way to make the blending step? Not in that case, but yes, in blend spaces, but not in that specific example when it's blending between two state machine bits. I don't have, maybe there is, but I haven't figured it out. My solution is just to get rid of it completely. Is there anything I can actually like jump off? I'm actually, yeah, I'm kind of vibing this flip. I'm vibing that. What do we reckon? What do you reckon, fellas? More feminine. That's good. I want more feminine. Thank you for that comment. That's exactly what I'm going for. Yeah, now that I look at it, the legs spread out, it looks too masculine. You're right, I think. What an astute observation. I wasn't even thinking about that, but that is such an astute observation. You were so right. So let me, is there anything else I can sort of jump off? All these crates over here. Yeah, you can tell that I was just like, yeah, crates. I just chuck in crates. Oh, and I think can we transition from that to the double jump? We can. Interesting. Yeah, I do like it. That was a complete accident as well. Like, I wasn't even planning to straighten her legs. I thought it would look like, uh-oh, this is gonna break some rule, but I'm actually, the more I look at it, the more I like it. Because she does 2 flips. I don't know if you guys notice. She does 2 flips. So it's like extra cool. You know what I'm saying? So let's find, I'm just trying to see, I could have sworn this had, oh, over here, over on this side. I was like this, I could have sworn there was something that had lots of ledges I could walk off, and it was this thing. So watch this. Watch her, look at the amount of acrobatics she does just traversing this thing. I know the ledge pull-up animation is still a bit rough, but I'm gonna leave it like that for the moment. But you see how she'll like flip off and then grab, oh, wait a minute, hold on, what happened there? Something weird happened. She like starts running. That's a bit strange. Oh, I know why. Hold on. She starts walking for that one frame. She does the walk and then she does, oh, that looks so awkward. I know why that's going on though. It's because of the I didn't have a transition from this to the ledge grab. So I need to go a transition here in case she accidentally grabs a ledge while this is going on. I totally didn't account for that. So if I plug it in like this, it should not do that anymore. And I know that it only goes 1 frame, you can only see it in slow motion, but frame by frame stuff is important. It's like if you get it not right, people are gonna pick up that there's something glitchy going on. So let's go back. That's actually a great piece of geometry to test this on, actually. Because it's got all these gaps that you can walk between. So let's try it now. Oh, it still does it. Okay, that's irritating. You see it? Oh, because I have a key command that slows time that lets me see it. Yeah, it looks like there's too many frames between when she falls and jumps. And there's something interpolating. Wee woo, wee woo. Interpolation alert. Interpolation alert. We must dispatch. Oh, it's because I left blending on this one. I always make that mistake. Maybe it was just because I had blending on. Maybe that'll fix it now. I do think she needs, I'm just reading Flesh's comment, a bridge between falling and walking. I think she does have one. There's a land animation. There is another land animation that we were working on yesterday, which is still a bit unrefined. But I need to take a break from that one. That one, my eyes need to recover. Okay, wait a minute. Did that fix it? No. Oh, gosh. What is going on? There's something, you see her arms? Something in here is interpolating the poses, and I didn't intend that. This is breaking the artist intent rule. Okay, I'll do it from the front. Watch her arms. Watch her arms. Watch what happens to her arms. Oh, no, sorry. I messed that up. I gotta not hold down the forward key. See that? The way her arms do that very smoothly? That's a big no. That is not allowed. That is breaking the rule that we made. We made the rule of no interpolating because it breaks, it just looks bad. This is like, oh, Gabi, you could have fooled me. I almost thought you were a sprite. But until you did that, you broke the illusion, Gabi. So what is happening there? I need to get to the bottom of this right now because this is really bothering me. Why is it doing that? So it's something to do with the way it transitions from land, because the land can only go in one of two places. It can only go to the jump loop. Maybe it also has a transition here or here. Oh no, it transitions up from here, but it can't go anywhere else except the idle. Or whatever the other one was. Let me just think for a sec. Because I can't quite see everything with all these arrows in the way. But if I move this out too much, it's going to get messier. So the land is only connected to 3 poses. It goes to idle run. If I take this off, because this is one of the only new things I've added. If I take that off, does it do the same thing? Casually walking down and just grabbing the ledge. Yeah, man. Oh, what have I just done? Gabi. Hello? Gabi, are you okay? What is she doing? She's riding a Segway. What, Gabi, what? Gabi. Okay, now you're behaving. Except when you land, Gabi. What is going on? This does look pretty funny though. This is super. When we collect all the Chaos Emeralds, this is the animation we'll play. Of just her sliding across the ground. And she still gains momentum. Okay, Gabi, you had me going there. That's pretty funny, Gabi, but I need you to take this seriously now, Gabi. I need you to No, that was meant to be there. The only one I added was the jump loop. Jump to jump loop. So if I take that off, I think I'm narrowing down. I think I might have an idea what it is now. I might have to be a bit more specific with that transition. Oh, I almost. Gabi, are you feeling okay? Are you feeling all right today? Do we need to get you more Nutrigrain right now? Oh, Gabi. I know, you're having a rough time today, I'm sorry. I accidentally half cemented her into solid concrete. I'm sorry. Okay, well, I'll not break that then. I think I might know what it is though. I think the thing I need to do, because is not in air is not a good enough transition. It has to be, is not in air, and a few other things. Actually, no, this is also wrong. This is wrong. No. What is this pointing? Which one is this pointing to? Okay, is grabbing the. Okay, that's wrong. It's meant to be this. Aha. Maybe that's all I need to do. I just have the wrong node plugged in there. Oh no, I didn't. Gabi, you're frozen again. I didn't mean to start the mission, but Gabi, you're not the airbender right now, okay? Stop trying to cosplay Aang and copy his poses, okay? I don't know what. There's something wrong with the landing, that's for sure. Oh, it's still doing it. I must have done something here. that I wasn't meant to do. Landing, can into transition. So this has to be a few things. It has to be and not wall running. I thought I had is wall running in here somewhere, but I guess not. So it has to be and not these. I have to be very explicit with my instructions and say, only go here if this is not true, if this is not true, and if this is true. So I have to just specify. I gave it a bad instruction. So let's do that. Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy how much of the animation work we've been doing is just like programming. But it's all part of the plan. So let's try that now. We'll just do it here. Oh no, this doesn't have a ledge I can grab, so I have to go back to this. I think this is the only stage that has like, no, don't start the mission. Don't start the mission. Whoa, what have I done? It's like worse. What have I done? Oh no, it's Jova. It's completely Jova. Look at her now. Gabi, bro thinks she can levitate. Gabi, stop it. Gabi, no, don't levitate. We haven't achieved this level yet, okay, Gabi? You're not meant to be so good that you can levitate anywhere. You haven't mastered the martial arts yet, Gabi. You haven't achieved enlightenment yet. You're not meant to be able to do this. Gabi, stop it. Stop mucking around. You're leveling up too fast. And it's still doing that. Let me undo my saves to the blueprint. Because I've screwed something up there. Looks good, man. Ship it. Yeah. That's what the AAAs would say. Airbending is real. Yeah. Except, Gabi, you're not meant to be an airbender. You're meant to be not that. I don't know what you're meant to be, but it's not that. I've been hired at BioWare. Good one. Seam Skulls loves the ledge get up animations. Thank you so much. I need to tweak them a little bit. The timing is not quite right, but I'm glad that you like where it's going. I think they're blocking wise. I can't do much else. A lot of it comes to the polish, which we'll get to a bit later. Now, this is now back to normal, exactly as I left it. So if I change this to Gabi fell off, oh yeah, and I have to make hello? Keyboard? Okay. I have to make sure of one thing. So this was this. Oh, this is this. No, wait. This is the same arrows that I had before. So this has actually been wrong. No. Yeah, this has been wrong the whole time, even before. No, something looks. This isn't how I left it. No, this doesn't seem like the way I left it. This is like it's saved something. I didn't want no, but no, it half because I had to plug this back in. So was this whole time it was broken and I didn't even notice. So this has actually been a problem this whole time, huh? Well, just as well we caught it now, I guess. Full start is not in air. Landing. Oh no, I'm thinking of this thing. Oh no, this. I was looking at the complete wrong state. That's why nothing I was doing was work, and that's why it was messing this up. Oh, Ray, you silly guy. No, that's not it. So this, it was right. So this, if you're landing, and if you're not in the air, it goes... No, wait, that doesn't make any sense. Oh no, that arrow points that way. Oh. Why did I... Okay, I must have not gotten enough sleep, because this is actually so obvious when I look at this now. So it's this one. I keep getting these two mixed up for some reason. Well, that would explain a lot. So it's not in air, it goes here. So yeah, it's this one I have to specify. So if we're not in the air, we're not wall climbing, and we're not... I guess we'll do not grinding either. Oh, actually, because I actually haven't thought about it. Grind rails. If you fall into a grind rail, what's going to happen? We need a transition there too. Oh, that's the landing. My bad. I keep doing the wrong one. Silly me. So if she gets interrupted by the grind, it should cancel. It should animation cancel. And we'll get rid of the blend before I forget. And then the full end. If the full, we want to go back to the idle if we. So if we're in air and not has jump, and then if we're not in air anymore. If we're not in air anymore. Yeah, so this has to be, and we're not, is ledge grabbing. So it has to be not these as well. A lot of nodes. Yeah, man. That's animation do be complicated. You ain't seen nothing yet. This is just an animation blueprint. Wait till you'll see actual game logic. So, grabbing ledge, climbing, grinding. Because, okay, here's a thing. I'm 90% sure that I can replace all of this by taking these out and plugging these into and then having one of these at the end. I'm 90% sure that that does the same thing, but I have 10% of doubt that it doesn't, and I don't know why. But I think this will do the same. If I get rid of all this, I think it does the same thing, right? It's like the same way, but simpler. It's a simpler way of saying it. So if in air, grabbing ledge, wall climbing, and grinding are all false. Yeah, that makes sense. It should do that, yeah. Then go back to interrupt the land to go here. So that way it shouldn't do the idle standing pose when we do ledge. And only if we go from here, we want to go start ledge grab if is ledge grabbing. If that's true. If it's true, folks, we go here. Let's give that a test. Okay, this should work. I know I keep saying that. I know I say that every time, but I am right sometimes. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, no, what? Oh, Gabi, no, we're gonna get an epilepsy warning if you do that. You can't move that quick. Gabi, you're not allowed to move that quick. You're violating the epilepsy guidelines right now. She's literally every millisecond, she's teleporting between two posts. Gabi, no, you can't do that. That's not allowed. Can't do that, Gabi. You silly girl, you can't do it. I know you're trying to move faster than anyone else, but this is not the way, Gabi. You can't do it like this. No one's gonna want to play the game if you're teleporting like that, Gabi. No. That's strike 2 for you, Gabi. Strike 3 and you're banned from the game. And I'll have to find a new protagonist. Oh, Gabi, don't do this. So what am I... Oh, did I get this wrong again? I think I got it. I think it's the wrong transition. I think I might have done a wrong transition again. No. Wait, no, this is... No, yeah, I did. I think. Wait, what is this? Was this here before? I want to say it was. Yeah, this shouldn't make a difference. It's this one. Oh. Well, let me plug that. Did I just not have that plugged in this whole time? That doesn't seem like me. So that is absolutely full start to ledge grab start if we are grabbing ledge at any point. That, I don't know why it would be glitching out. And then it only goes the other direction, because this is only connected to 3 things. It goes to grinding when we grind, and it goes back to idle run only when... Oh, this is the problem. It's this one. So this has to... We have to copy some things. We have to copy this. So it has to... It's trying to go to jump loop and to ledge grab. So we have to tell it to not do that. It's like, no. You have to... This has to be true. And And you have to also not be in the middle of something else, Gabi, before you can do that. That's what I have to do. So if can enter transition and in air, but not grabbing ledge and not wall climbing and not grinding. That's the rules, Gabi. If you don't like it, well, that's too bad. This is what I want you to do. This is what you will do. See, you know, I'm trying to give this vibe to her movements that she's like a hardened, she's like in control of herself, right? She has sort of had to discipline her body, but then she goes and does this, and it's like, Gabi, you know, you're breaking character right now. You no one's gonna believe your backstory if you start glitching. You're not gonna look. You're not. Oh no, she's doing it again. No, Gabi. Gabi, this is bad. This is a bad look for you, Gabi. She's just, it's like that. I'm just thinking of that meme where it's like when the homie said he's gonna hang out and he does that and then just fades, because it looks like she's transparent when she's lurping between these. It's like she's gonna fade out of the game and just go like that and then vanish. That's what it looks like she's trying to do. She's trying to escape. You can't do that, Gabi. You signed a contract to be in this game. You will, there's no escape for you. This is right. Can enter transition is in air, but not doing this stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. That's logical. And then it goes, wherever the other one is, it goes to this if we are grabbing ledge at any point during that. So I don't know why it's like fighting. It's even fighting when we just do, but when we don't even ledge grab on something. What is going on? So it is grinding. Oh, I don't have one here yet. Maybe that's why it's getting stuck. I don't know. Oh, Gabi, you're being a silly girl right now. This isn't a good look. You're embarrassing me in front of my stream, my audience, Gabi. I'm gonna have to deduct your pay. No Nutrigrain for a week. You're grounded. So why is it doing that? It was fine like 20 minutes ago. There's something that's probably staring me in the face. Let's move this out. I'm gonna move this all the way out here just so I can see every connection. So it goes, it needs to go back to idle run sometime. Maybe if we take this off, just to see if this is what's causing it. Because this and all this makes sense. Grinding, go here. Wall run, go here. Jump loop, which is like to proceed to the next phase, go there. Grabbing ledge, go there. Like, that all makes sense. The only one that's like complicated is the one where it goes back to idle run. So I don't know, maybe if that's like what's the symptom. Okay, it seems to be the idle run transition, and now she's just going to infinitely flip. But let's see if, even though we've sort of broken it a little, if we go back and see, does it still do that weird thing with the ledge grab? That's what I need to know, because then I know it's just the issue I was seeing is something to do with just the idle transition. I don't know what it is. There's some keybind I keep hitting by mistake that like ejects me from the camera. That's better. Yes, okay, this is good. Good job, Gabi. I will give you one I'll give you one Nutrigrain nugget, okay? See that no blending. It's just purely intentional poses only. That's perfect. Except we can't get her to animation cancel from this when landing. That's the only problem. So we need to figure out a better rule, because because now she's just going to infinitely do this all the time, which is, I mean, it's acrobatic, but it's not it's not quite what we want. She's just, imagine she's just kicking herself off the ground and propelling herself like this. I bet you no game character has ever moved like this before, where she's like levitating and flipping, spinning and flipping and spinning and flipping. Yeah, so we don't want to be this unique. So it's something to do with that transition back to idle that's making this all a problem. It's acrobatic is putting it lightly. It is putting it a little lightly. I'll give you some leeway there. It's putting it a little lightly. When the 10% doubt was right. Yeah, maybe my brain was trying to tell me something. See, that's the thing. I've noticed this thing where if ever I have a doubt about something, I'm always right about it, but I don't know why until it's too late, usually. And it's like, I'll have something and it's like, I have a bad feeling about this. And it always ends up coming true every time. So that's why I'm probably a lot more hypervigilant and hypervigilant and cautious than the other people who I personally know. Which is why we are never going to UE5 in this game. We are never doing mech or whatever what was that AI tool that everyone kept telling me to use? Forgot the name of it. Some AI animator thing. We're not doing any of that because it's all, I have this intuition feeling that it's like it's gonna blow up and go wrong. And you can see right now I had that feeling and I was right about it. And I think the reason why, so we need a very concrete, specific rule set here of exactly the state through which she goes back from here to here. So let's write this out. We need in air. So she has to not be doing these. She can't be grinding, she can't be wall climbing, she can't be grabbing a ledge. And is there anything else I'm forgetting? She can't be attacking. I forgot about this. Just to cover all bases. She can't be doing any of this. And is there something else I'm missing? Oh, and sliding. Even though I don't even know if it's possible to even be in the slide state when this happens, just to cover our backs here, we will explicitly tell her no sliding, no attacking. If you're doing any of that stuff, ignore this transition completely. That's what I want. So if we're doing either of those, last time I did and then not. We're gonna do it the opposite. We're gonna do the way that I thought would maybe work, even though it looks bad. Like, this looks clunkier than the other way I tried it, but the other way didn't work. So if we go not, and all of that, it's the opposite way. But I don't know, I have a feeling that it does act differently when I do this. Because watch this, there's a chance, I'm about 60% confident that if I do it like this, it will work. Even though the thing I had before was like the same, but just the nodes were in the opposite order. It should do the same, but I don't know, I have a feeling that it's gonna change now. Yeah, so now the animation cancel works, where she lands, which is good. Let's see if it still works on the ledge grab. Let's see if it tries to do this blending. Oh, I missed it there. I gotta not hold forward down. Yeah, now it works exactly the way I want. See, the way I knew intuitively was the right way all along, but I was like, this looks ugly. Because it like wouldn't doing it like this. Here's the thing that I'm frustrated by, right? Here's what we were trying to do before that broke it. Because I would think doing it this way is the same. Actually, we'll try it. We'll just try it now because maybe I've plugged it in the wrong one before. But to me, these should both do the same, and I don't think they do. Let's see now. Let's see what happens. Yeah, see, when I do it like that, she has an epilepsy warning. So, like, to me, it looks like it does the same because it's like, and all of this if we're not in any of those. Or, oh no, you know what this actually needs to be instead? I think it has to be or. I think that's the reason this didn't work now that I'm looking at this. So if, oh yeah, I see the mistake now. So yeah, my intuition was half right. That's what it has to be. Or, not. I think that's what it has to be. Let's try that now. So far, so good. And then if we go back to block 10, let's observe. Yeah, okay. So, even better. Actually, because this looks cleaner. It's less nose. Even though it does the same thing. But it looks nicer. So we'll use this version. Let me just straighten this up. So yeah, okay. So that was... I used the wrong node there. That's all it was. It was meant to be the OR node this whole time. Always has been. Alright, so... that is mischief managed, problem solved, another bug bites the dust. We don't need to worry about that ever again. Okay, now that seems to work pretty well. All right, let's move on. I reckon that animation looks good and it functions correctly. So mark that off. Let me take that off my other list too. What do I call it? Fall off. Do I? Oh, I don't have that in my big list here. Fall off. I don't have that in the big list. Let me add it there. Okay. Just taking it off. On my the big Trello board. So I don't know if I want to do those today. I'm a bit sick of looking at the jump. What do I feel like doing next? Maybe the vaults. The vaults might be a bit tricky though. It's hard to find good reference for vaults. Is there something that isn't acrobatic I could do? Actually, the skid animation. I want to do that one. That's what I'm feeling like. I'm vibing. The spirits have called me to this animation. Because that's actually a very simple one. So let me save this. Because that's great. And the skid one that I mentioned the mechanics of that earlier and how that would work. And it's basically like she's running to a halt and her momentum is tapering off. I'm just minimizing the hierarchy here so it's a bit cleaner. Just minimize those. Okay, great. So we'll need a new animation and we'll call this skid. Because there's a few different poses we could do. I think I have an idea for one. Should it be fall off or not fall off? Oh, I know. I was being funny. I'll be even funnier. that's the official name of that animation. So this one. I want to do the skibbity bop animation. I hope Gabi's getting paid. Oh yes she is. I'm paying her in making her exist. That's yeah. I'm imbuing her with life. That's all I can really do. The spin's looking good. Thanks, Mavi. So, all right. What this skid animation? Because she has to sort of look like she's trying to break herself. I'm just wondering if she should twist her body or not. That's the key decision. There's two types of poses I can think to do. One where she's just got her arms out like that and she's like, her feet are like straight and she's like trying to like skid. And the other version I'm thinking is where it's a bit more like Ratchet's one. Does anyone remember the movement from Ratchet & Clank 1? The 2002 version? Not the PS4 one, the original. Because in that game, they made his movement very, there was not a lot of friction in his first iteration. Let me search Ratchet & Clank gameplay, see if I can find it. No, I don't want the new game, I want the 2002, the good old days. 4K, okay, great, fantastic. I don't know if they're actually gonna... Oh, 6 hours, no thanks. I actually might have, because a while back, I was trying to look at like emulators, because I was just curious about them, and I dumped my... I actually might even have it installed. Yeah, let's try... I'm gonna run this through PSX2 real quick, because I know exactly what the movement is. So we're gonna open a video game for once this time of my own installation. Fun fact about Ratchet & Clank, this original one, is that there's actually 2 versions of it. And I'm not talking regional versions. I mean there's 2 version numbers, because they released the original one, and then in the Platinum Edition, they fixed a few bugs. So it's version 1.02, and this is version 1.0, I think. That's the one I have. So I think I have to use my gamepad. I don't think it responds to my keyboard. So I'm just going to show you like the movement of Ratchet, because he has the same thing. The programming is very similar. Oh, actually, now that I think about it, maybe it isn't. I'll continue without saving, yeah. I just want to get to that first level. Because it's when he stops moving, he does this sort of break. And I just want to see how it looks. Because I think it might not be what I want, but I need to see it. So I'm just going to skip through these cutscenes. It's actually incredible how long it takes you to get into gameplay in this game. Yeah, can this text box just get out of the... Yeah. So, this animation he does. So we want to do... It's going to do something like what we're doing. It's going to happen at the same point in the programming. Like when you stop moving like that and she's moving too fast, she needs an animation to play like this. Let me get some open ground here. I think I'm just a bit, I think I might want to do something with her legs straight instead, because this is breaking the Sportacus training. Sportacus wouldn't bend his legs like that. Oh no, he kind of would actually, because this is a bit similar to Sportacus's land. Because he does this thing when he lands and he has his arms out like this and his body's twisted. But, I gotta just study if this is what I want. This... Because what it should look like, the broad strokes in my head, there should be a line of action going in a triangular shape towards where her feet are. Like her feet, you see how Ratchet's feet come out in front of his head? So that is a thing we need. We need the feet to come out in front. And the line of action should be like a diagonal line like that. And Ratchet sort of has it, but he's a bit bent. He's a bit crooked with his posture. Like his torso twists a lot. It's alright. Can I like... Oh yeah, because of this emulator, it like it glitches the pause menu, so you can't actually see the game when you pause it. I don't know how to freeze frame that, but let's look at it from this side. So the feet, they're twisting off to the side. I'm just watching what his feet are doing. His feet, he actually does. Oh, that's. Wait a minute. Yeah, he does. Oh my goodness. I don't know if anyone here has noticed this before, but he has two versions of this that flip depending on which angle you're doing it at. So if you're moving left, the pose switches sides. So you see how he puts his left foot forward there, and now he puts his right foot forward. That's really cool. But I can't be bothered to do, like, I don't want to go that far. I don't want to do that. So maybe this is a little too asymmetrical for what I want. Because I don't want to have to make two different ones to look better. I want to have one that looks pretty symmetrical if possible. So I only need to program one pose in. But that would be ideal. It'd be ideal. And I don't like the way his hands, I don't like what he's doing with his hands there. Gabi wouldn't do that. Yeah. Okay, so I know that I don't really want that. That's all I do know. Can I close this? How do I close that? So I don't really want that, but it's the action is similar, but I don't want that pose. So I'll try to come up with my own one of what I think looks right on her. So here's what I'm also thinking we could try. So something really exaggerated. Feet really sticking out. Something like this. I don't know what I'm gonna do with her arms though. Because the arms have to be sort of straight. But I don't know if that looks, I don't know about the arms though. Like a cartoon skid, yeah, I suppose, yeah. Yeah, she was like she's breaking. Actually, that's even a better, breaking. That's what we should call this. Skid is a bad name. Breaking, that's a better name for this, thank you. Is that how you spell breaking? How do you spell breaking? Okay, that's correct. Breaking. I like that name. Skid sounds like, I think of Skid McMarks from Ratchet and Clank, which I don't want to think about. Skid McMarks. Dude. So we just want to break. Yes. That is a much more technical name. I like that. Oh, let me find. I lost you guys. There you are. Looking away from stream and just burst out laughing. Well, don't tell her that. She's gonna hurt her feelings. Gabi, cover your ears. We're about to tease you. I just don't know what her arms are gonna be doing. I think the arms should not go behind her. That's my general. I think if it was Sporticus breaking, his arms would be out beside him, I think. But the shoulders and everything looks not right. The arms would sort of be like this. Now this looks too much like a T-pose now, and we can't, if anything even looks slightly like a T-pose, it's gonna look not really good. It's something to do with the torso. Like maybe it has to bend back more? No, it has to bend forward more. Yes, like that. Maybe the arms bend a little. This is looking a little better with the torso now. It's all in the back. It's all in the back. Maybe the elbows. Maybe it's the angle of the elbows. No, maybe those are fine. But let's close those fists though. Or we could do like this. I don't know if that looks too goofy. Like her hands are out like that. Actually, yeah, Sportacus does that pose. What he does is jumping jacks. That's in the pose library of Sportacus with his fists. His hands go out like this. That follows the rule. So we could do that. So the hands have to have a certain posture to them then. Actually, maybe. I'm not 100%, but we gotta find out. I can try and picture it in my head all day, but we won't know until we see it. And the thumb needs to come out beside her more. Like that. So her hands are a little, obviously, because she has feminine hands, so they're not going to look exactly like Sportacus's hands, of course. But, oh, actually, let me turn snapping off. Let me try and rotate those again, actually. Ah, that's better. Now, the only thing about this one is that I don't actually have a programmed in breaking state. So we can't actually see this in game yet. But I just want to get a pose for it going. So this is going to be very quick, blocking only, no fancy movements yet. Just so that I have something to start with. And the tail, what should the tail be doing? I think the tail should probably be doing something like this. Trying to like counterweight that, because if the tail's going backwards, the weight is going to be all off, so we don't want that. The tail has to follow the legs. Is it going to be extreme if it goes? Well, this will only play if you're going fast. If you're walking, we're not going to even. Ratchet's one is very it does it all the time and it's a bit annoying. This skid is only going to be there when she's above a certain speed. So, yeah, when she's walking, we're not going to even bother with... because then I have to make more animations, and it's like... No one needs that if you're walking, because you don't have any other momentum. Like, you don't have enough momentum to need to skid when walking. Because in real life, you know... This is only for when she's running... When she's going full speed, this is when it'll only do there. So we only need one. Rice Awakes, are we using Sportacus from Lazy Town as reference? Hell yeah, of course. He's like a, for those who don't know, he's like an actual professional, like he was an aerobics, a global aerobics champion like 10 years before doing Lazy Town. And he's not an actor. It's his project. He's the guy, he's the CEO, he was the CEO when he was doing it. He was the CEO, he was the director, he was the guy, like, acting, the main dude, and he was doing all the business stuff, and he was doing the stunts. So I think he's really cool, because he's like he's an actual, he's not faking it. He's a real life superhero. And, yeah, because he actually knows, I don't know if anyone's seen his like aerobics routines, because, you know, I had an epiphany last night because I was rewatching his aerobics routines. So there's something really interesting about these aerobics championships. And I think this is what made me pick Sporticus as a reference. So this is like 1993. Here's his aerobics routine, and I'll just skim through this quickly. But the thing about these competitions is that they get scored on their form. So all these and also the amount of strength you need to do this is incredible. But they get ranked on how well their posture, their form is, how precise they are. And I thought about that idea, and I'm like, this is actually it's got something in common with Project Feline. Because in Project Feline, for those who haven't seen, I think the speedrunners will know this, but I think a lot of the casual players might not have picked up on this. But you get ranked in Project Feline on your performance, just like the aerobics, you get ranked on your performance in aerobics routines as well. So if I open up one of these missions, and I know this sounds like a huge tangent, but this is all connected, and I know it's all connected. This is something I think is really cool. So if I try and do this mission, if I do it sloppy, if I do the mission sloppy and do the bare minimum with this mission and just get the gate open, this is just a test environment. But this is just testing, because I spent a lot of time last year on these systems so I could make mission content. So if I speed through it as quick as possible and skipping those enemies, because this mission ranks me on enemies defeated and stuff. So you see how here I'll get an A rank, but if I kill some of those enemies, I'd get an even better rank. So if I do this again with collecting everything, getting all the enemies, and still being fast at the same, because you have to do all of those at once. If I collect all of these, oh, come on, Gabi, come on. And if I do that as quick as possible, I think that was like under 10 seconds, then I'll get the highest rank. And it tallies me up at the end here. There we go. And I like that. Games that I keep coming back to have this similar thing where it encourages you to be perfect at it. It's like, if you keep playing this over and over, you will get really good. And there's something about it that speaks to me personally that I really am drawn to. That's why I like doing this stuff on game development, because I treat it like a game like this. In my own head, when I'm doing Gabi's modeling and animations, I'm ranking myself in my own head on how good something is. And it's like, does it feel like I S-ranked this task? And if not, I'll do it again and again and again until I get it right. And that's just how I am as a person. And I love that video games kind of helps me realize that. So that's why I want Feline to have that system. And aerobics is similar. So when he's doing his routine here, at the end it'll show his points, but all the judges are watching him and they're going, how straight are his legs? How straight are his arms? How precise is his posture? Because the things they rank you on, it's the same thing that like Project Feline's ranking you on. It's how precise are you? How well can you stick to these rules? How, it's like how skilled and styled can you get? Like, can you do this gracefully? That's like the question that Project Feline is asking its players. Can you complete this stage gracefully and really cool? And there's just a connection with that and this stuff. I see a connection here. And the spirit, it's like the spirit of the whole thing of grinding, getting good at something, building a skill, and the reward of getting like a high score. The satisfaction of doing it perfect, where it's like, yeah, I really did that. Like that felt great to do the best outcome I could. And I think that's why people like speedrunning. Because I know there's a few people that are like, there's a dedicated group of you on the Discord right now that are like speedrunning this game. And even though it's an old build I still have, you guys are still there for it. Because you're competing with your own selves and each other of like, how perfect can I do this run? And I think that the players, or I haven't even finished the game yet and people feel that. I feel that just in general with everything I like doing in life. Magnus likes that in his aerobics, and he brings that to the character Sporticus, because when he's acting Sporticus, he's doing the same thing in his head. He's S-ranking the entire rules of how to move, because that video I showed you guys yesterday where he's breaking down his movements of like his posture, you notice how in every frame he's never breaking the rule. He's always in character. He's never doing a wrong pose. That's like how you S-rank a task. That's the way I see it. The game he's playing is, how do I play this character and how do I inspire kids and all this stuff. He has a bunch of goals he's trying to do. And I think all of that is somehow connected. And I think that's why I have picked that. Because I didn't even realize, because I've been trying to think, like, why am I even inspired by this? What is it about this that makes me like it? And I think that's exactly what it is. And that's why I feel like it's the right choice to use that as like a inspiration, because there's more to it than just the movement. It's the entire attitude of the thing. And I just think it's cool. To put it simply, I just think it's cool. So anyway, so I guess with this skid pose, we will leave it. I think we will leave it here for today for this, because we don't have the programming to test this yet. But I'll make a little tweak here and just move the hips back. But yeah, like gymnastics too, because we've looked at Simone Biles. Simone Biles, that's like a real life someone who is like S-ranked life. Like, or gymnastics, right? That's what I see when I look at her, when I see her doing all the flips. It's like, that is someone who has mastered the game. And her game is gymnastics. Magnus's games is aerobics and acting and business and whatever. And Gabi's game is Project Feline. So there's like a certain attitude about her movement, and I want it because I get inspired by this stuff of like Magnus and Simone Biles and these people, and it's like that spirit has to be there, because you can't just make like a pretty cat girl game. There has to be more to it. There has to be a soul. There has to be something underneath the graphics and the anime. The anime is also a similar, the actual style choice is similar, because the guys that at Arc System Works, they S-ranked can we make our game, the game they were playing at the studio is the game, the name of the game is how do we make our 3D models look anime, and they S-ranked that task, and they did a great job at it. They got everything right. So it's like a converging thing where all of those, they have that in common that I see, and I'm trying to converge them into this thing. And yeah, I don't know if that probably sounds like the ramblings of a crazy person, but I just think that's a cool kind of, there's a thing in common with it that I'm drawn to. So anyway, what's up on our next, so that's probably all we can do with the braking right now. We won't do the turnaround yet, because the run has to be better for me to do that. Pounce. I wanted to do this one as well, because we don't have this yet. The attack animation when she's pouncing towards something. We might actually have a starting point we could use for that one too, from the climbing animation, so I'll go look at that one. Can I make the tail become spiky? Unfortunately not. I can't do that. I can do a lot of things, but I can't do that. Giovanni says you got to be passionate about your goals and stick to them until you reach them. Well, yeah, that's exactly what I see in that reference. That's exactly what I'm seeing. And it's like, I want people to see that in Project Feline. I want that to be there, because it just is cool. So, let me save and hydrate. Thanks for redeeming those fellas. Adam says, it's 5 AM and I ain't satisfied with my progress. Will I go to sleep without risking, or stay up till 8? Go to sleep. Please do. Just go to sleep. You're not gonna get anything cool done at 5 AM. Doesn't happen. I would know. I've been awake at 5 AM a lot, and you don't get anything done at 5 AM. That's the rule. So, new, well, can I copy from this other one? I have the clamber animation. We can maybe use this as a starting pose. But I can see, even here, there's some things that are not quite right about this pose. So we'll copy... We'll just copy this entire thing, and we'll name this Pounce. And I'll cut out these other keys, because this is going to be like one pose that just loops. But with one important thing. The legs have to be a lot straighter, I think. You make the tail spiky with the vertex shader? I mean, yeah, but why would I make the tail spiky? I don't think it needs to be... Because you remember, you gotta think, would a cell animator make it spiky? Because if a cell animator would make it spiky, that's more work for all of the animators. They now have to draw in-betweens with a spiky tail instead of a straight tail. Would they do that? I don't think they would, if you had to ask me. Because you could get away with just not doing it and save time. Unless, I don't know, unless they do. I don't know what they exactly, but I have an intuitive feeling that I don't know, I don't see the need to make the tail spiky. So here's where we're going to deviate a little bit from Sporticus, because Gabi's hands, I have a specific way I want them to look in this pose, and it won't follow Sporticus's rules. But you know, we're not trying to just make Sporticus, we're trying to make Gabi. So we are going, I like this hand posture already, actually, but it has to look like she's reaching out to grab something. So we'll tilt the hands maybe a bit more. She's gonna pounce attack. And we also need to rotate this entire thing to, yeah, so I know how I want this done. I know exactly how I want this done. So I want to move this down. I want to keep the hips in the middle. And then we're going to use her center of mass bone to just rotate her entire body like this. Now, this does look, when I look at it like this, something's not right. Something's not right. It's a straight line, but I feel like even Sporticus isn't this straight. There's just something stiff. It can't look stiff. It has to be straight, but not stiff. So I feel like that I'm looking at it on its side. Ask for stream playlists. I would love to give you one, but I don't have one. I straight up don't have a actual physical playlist because half the music is just not on Spotify or whatever. So unfortunately, I can't give you it. It doesn't exist. I have a bunch of licensed stock music that I've put into some plugin for my stream, and it just plays, but I don't have a link to a playlist. I ain't sure if I asked this already, but have you used Rigify Auto Rig or built the rig for... I used Rigify for this. Yeah, it probably reminds you of Rigify because it's Rigify. Yeah. It's modified a little though. There are some extra bones in here that Rigify won't give you, and the entire face is like a custom thing, but I've got those bones hidden right now. But the body is Rigify. So I didn't do all Rigify, but I did mostly Rigify. This looks a bit better now. So there's some curvature going, but I think this is... It feels right. I think having it straight like that doesn't look right. This looks a bit better. And she has to look like she's... And later on when we do the polish, I'll give her an angry face for this one. I'll give her a mad face. Because she looks serious. Whoa. Snowpill, thank you so much for gifting 1 membership. Who did you gift it to? Oh, Giovanni got it. Nice. Thanks so much, man. That's so generous of you. You, Giovanni, are now in the members club. So make sure you have your YouTube and Discord linked. You will get the supporters only chat where I ramble more about my Sporticus research. And I think I might have one of my scripts now in there for my devlogs. How many bones for the face? Oh, I think it's like... We looked at this last week. I'm trying to remember. I think it might have been 100. Yeah, it was 102, roughly. Maybe 104 in the face. So that's like half of the... More than half of it, actually. Yeah, it was literally... We counted them. And I think in total... I think the total bone count was 204. And yeah, no, it was 110. That was right. Then 110 of them were in the face. So, but look... It depends on what you're making. Don't base the amount of bones based on my thing, because this is not normal. It's not normal for a character to have 100 bones in the face. Unless you're doing this exact art style, don't do that. You probably want like 50 or something. Or maybe none, if you can. But no, this is like, for this specific style, it requires a high bone count. But you also have to consider a few other things. So don't just copy what I'm doing and not think about it. You might have issues. You need to consider very carefully if this is going to work. So if you're doing it for a movie or whatever, it's probably fine. But if you're doing it for a game and you're going to have a lot of characters on screen, like more than 2, then this will probably have issues for you. Now, I've already assessed that risk. And I know that at any given time, Gabi is the only character in the whole game that's rigged to this complexity. So there's only going to be one character on the screen that's this complex. So I can get away with that. And at most, there's like maybe 5 characters on screen, which are all enemies, and their rigs are a lot more primitive. So I know I can get away with that. But if that's not you, you might want to just you might want to research. You don't just want to copy me. You got to actually think and go, is this actually going to work for my specific use case? That's why I don't like giving out advice, like general advice, because yeah, you got to really assess, like, does this apply to me? Because most of the time with advice online, it doesn't. So just keep that in mind. Tweak bones. So here's something else. This is why you wouldn't do... This is the thing you don't do on a normal... Maybe they do this, but I haven't seen this personally. But I have these extra bones that Rigify doesn't have. I call them tweak bones. And this helps me deform the mesh a little better. I think most people would probably use shape keys for this kind of thing, but I deliberately didn't use shape keys because Arc System Works didn't use shape keys, and I want to do their exact style, so I didn't do them either. So instead they used bones to do the job that shape keys do. So you see how her shoulder now deforms better now because of the way that the volume is preserved. So I have a few different custom bones like that throughout the body that I can adjust that Rigify doesn't give you. It doesn't let you do that by default. I had to do quite a bit of hassle workarounds to get that, but it works for my purposes. I reckon I like this pose, but I don't know if if the feet are too elevated. I'll bring them down just a little. Maybe rotate this a little bit. So I will try. I need to see, because I actually do have an animation state for this in game, so I want to see how this pose looks during that state, because I don't know if it's too flat. So we'll key it, export it. So this will be Gabi Pounce. Yeah. Where's Gabi? There she is. Pouncing cat, that's right. See, we're using a bit of cat reference. We can't, but it's difficult. I know people have asked me to use more cat reference, but the thing that's difficult about cats is that they are completely anatomically different to humans. So you can't really use them because they're quadrupeds, and the rules for them are way different to a biped. Just the anatomy is too different, so it's challenging. Yeah, I gotta implement that in one pose. I have to change right here. So we'll change this to pounce. There we go. No, not you. This one. Yes. Let's go. So now when we... Oh, that doesn't... It doesn't flow very well. Not as well as I thought. The feet look way too high. It looks like she's Superman. Yeah, it looks worse than I was hoping. It looks like Superman. What about when she's actually moving towards something? I don't know. It's just kind of... I'm just not really feeling it. I'm just not really feeling it. You know what I'm saying? So, the feet cannot point up. I feel like that is not looking too good. So the entire body has to rotate a little bit more down, this way. Because it looks like she's flying, which isn't quite what I'm... Yeah, it's goofy. I don't want it to look goofy. So, yeah. So we'll like rotate this bone like this way instead. And give that a shot. And maybe even, I don't know. Let me actually see if it's just vertically. If this is in the right spot. It looks a little too high. Actually, no, not really. We'll leave it her elevation where it is. But I'll just rotate it all up a little bit. I don't know. It doesn't... It looked better in my head. How do you export your animation with the tweak bones? I just do it. Like it just does it. Like I don't know what you mean. There are other issues though. I haven't actually solved... There's a lot of export issues that I haven't solved, but the tweak bones are there. They do deform things, but there are other issues, and that isn't an Unreal. It's not Unreal, it's like FBX stuff, because even with normal Rigify, I've noticed, because someone else I knew had this issue. Might have been one of you, actually. I think one of you told me about this thing where if you use Rigify and FBX, it just doesn't work. And I'm having some of those same issues if you look at it frame by frame. Like especially her face and her forehead just deforms. And I've had this issue on every other character I've ever done. So I think this is not an Unreal Engine problem. This is a FBX problem. And apparently the solution is to use a different format, but I have not gotten to that stage yet. That's something future Ray will take care of. Okay, I'm liking this a little better with her body rotated like this, but I'm still not I don't know, man. I'm just not really feeling this pose. It just doesn't really match the movement vector that she's moving. Maybe she needs to do like some kind of spin or something, because it looks like she's just levitating and it doesn't... It's like her movement is coming out of nowhere, which I don't... like I want the mechanics to stay how they feel, but the animation is just making it look worse than if it was just a capsule, you know? Let me turn off the FOV effects. It just looks very stiff. It doesn't seem to match the movement. I think the bend might need to be the other. Maybe she arcs like that and not like that. Maybe that's what it is. It's just the shape of her body doesn't fit. Doesn't seem to... I just don't like it. I'll probably be able to figure out why. But oh my god, this is kind of cute. When she's like leaping towards the camera. She's trying to grab the camera. Try all you want, Gabi, but the camera moves faster than you. Look at that. She's trying to grab it. That's funny, but it's it only looks funny from this angle. It just looks awkward everywhere else. Yeah, it does feel abrupt, yeah. Maybe she has to do some kind of somersault and then go into this pose, maybe. Does look funny. Well, I guess that's something. It almost looks like she's gonna like hurt herself, like when she's about to land. Yeah, it doesn't really transition well with anything we've got. Maybe it needs to be less... I think I might know what this could need, maybe. Because yeah, even watching her do this in midair while she's aiming at something, it just looks so awkward. Like she's sort of flying to it, and it's like, that's not what I was really going for. So I'm thinking... So there's another animation we do have, the spin flip. And I'm not talking about the spin part, but you'll notice that the first few frames of this, where she sort of tucks and dives, it needs to look more like that. That seems to flow better. No, wait, let me do the move again. Oh, I keep missing it. It's this. Now that this pose is still a bit awkward, but when she leaps up like that, I think I have the exact frame in here somewhere. Where is it? It's in here somewhere. Aha. So it's like this. But she's doing it in midair, so I like this pose better. Maybe we should do this pose, but without the spin in it. But these first few frames are better. But I'm trying to think if I can borrow things about these that I've done and apply them to a different thing. You can actually see a mistake here, where she's actually spinning, she's starting to turn, and then she turns back this way. Like if you watch her head, it actually rotates the wrong way for one frame. So that's something we'll have to fix later, but that can wait. So maybe I'll try copy this pose and just see if I like that more. Something, maybe. I'll save. And we'll go to spin flip. I'll just copy this, copy, and then house. We'll just overwrite this real quick. Except I'm gonna have to move her body. It's in the wrong place. And then I'll just undo this, so I get back to the way I had it. Does it even look more? I don't know. It's maybe Superman isn't the word I'm looking for. I don't know how to describe it. I can see it, but I don't know how to say it. I don't know. Let me keep cooking here. I think I can work it out. So I re-import this. So this is a bit straighter. There's something about this I like a little more. I think it's the back. It still looks very awkward. But when she's moving towards something, she doesn't look like she's flying as much because the back isn't arched. I think that's what it is. It looks like she's torpedoing towards something. So it maybe, yeah, because when I think about it, yeah, that pose, I think I saw the problem now. The problem with the pose I just tried versus this newer one I'm trying. This is still not exactly right, but it's the arched back. It makes no, like, aerodynamically, it feels like a violation of aerodynamics, you know what I mean? Like, I liked the shape of it in Blender, but when I see it in motion, this pose here, like, she's gonna slice through air like this. Whereas the other one, it looked like she was going against air and levitating. If that makes sense. This is still a bit not, it's a little better, but not fully. It just looks like she's not trying to fly upwards. It's like it matches the direction I'm seeing her move because she's going down a little bit as well. So it should look more like a dive maybe. Yeah, I think I know what it needs to look like. So, and I know the pose for it. We do have a similar pose in our repertoire. It's in that spin flip, but it's the frame before. It's more like this, but well, we'll start here. This has got no twist in it. It needs to be something like this. Look, maybe not, but I want to try it. I have a feeling that this might be where I want to go here. I'll make a copy just in case I mess it up. Let me search up diving reference. Good night, Giovanni. Am I pronouncing that right? I think I am. With her attack animation, could you have her land by flipping over with her hands? Land. I don't quite know what you mean. Like after the attack or when she hits an enemy? Because there's a few different states. Well, I think when I read that, what I'm thinking of is when you attack something and then you land like that, do you want her to do like a handspring? Or are you meaning like when she does that, the minute she rebounds off this bit, is this the bit you're talking about? Because this is actually that pose there that I had. It's sort of, that's a bit of like a dive type pose. Maybe, let me use that one actually. That's actually a little, let me use that one. That's the jump ascend. I think it was the jump ascend. Yes, it was this one. Let's use this as a start and we'll tweak it a little. This is actually cool because this has the wind built into it already. Oh, it didn't copy the pose. Oh, it's done. What has it done? Let me. It's kept some things keyed that aren't meant to be keyed. So let's get rid of that. And I'll just, yeah. So now I've got all the bones on. You can see all the stuff in the face. So let me turn all that off. We don't want that yet. Want these. Oh, why is it renamed this? I didn't know. I didn't name you that. So let me get the jump ascend moving. Copy this key. There we go. Now I just need to do some widgetry. Also, her elbows are rotated wrong, I just noticed. That has to be like this. And I have to do something with her feet. I don't know if I want to do this thing with the leg bent. I've done it in a few places and I'm not 100% sold on this anymore, I don't think. Oh, it didn't take the shimmering. Oh, I wanted to get that in if I could. Let me, hold on. Oh, when I delete the keys, it deletes the whole pose. Okay, that's why it's doing that. I just wanted to, hold on. Because this will make it look a little less stiff if I can copy this over. If I go to the jump ascend idle, oh sorry, the jump ascend moving, that's it. So you see there's two keyframes here, and that controls the shimmering of the tail and stuff, so we'll copy that over, just to see. There we go. And then I just need to rotate her body to face up like this. And then we take this and then rotate it. This, I like using this as for the rotation. So something like this maybe. We'll try this out. We'll see if this fits. When she lands on the ground, you mean? That might be a bit tricky because the land has to be very fast. If we add too much to the land animation, players are just going to animation skip it and get annoyed. I think that's what will happen. So I don't want to, as cool as it would be, it might be too much embellishment and get in the way of the gameplay. And I don't want players to feel like, oh, now I'm stuck in the land. I don't want them to do that. It would look cool. I just don't know if it would fit the gameplay. So I'll have to, I don't know, unless there's some other game that can somehow do that without you getting stuck in like a flip pose or whatever. There's an example of that maybe. So let me just get the axes here, right? Okay. Visible objects. Because it's every time I reload the save, it clears these settings. So we want, yeah, Gabi pounce. So let's re-import it. Oh. File is corrupted. Ha! Ha! Good one, Unreal. Good one. Okay, now it's fine. See, it's not corrupted. You're lying to me. It's a bit better. We're getting, it's getting a bit better. I'm not a fan of the knees. I think the legs have to be straight. Or actually, you know, the knees with that bend, it kind of looks like she's pushing off something, which is cool. So maybe I'll keep it. Because it looks like that other leg has just shoved her whole body forward, which is neat. I'm just watching it in action here. I do like the posture a bit more. I'm just still not entirely convinced of it. I don't know if this is over, but it needs some, I think, an embellishment on it. Like she does a spin at the beginning of it. Like the body does that. I think that might look kind of cool. Just to look like there's some kinetic motion happening to propel her forwards like this. Because she just goes into a pose and it doesn't match with what I expect should happen. But the posture I'm liking more. A little bit. What? Oh, you know what? Maybe what would help is if it interpolated her rotation so that it goes here and then it starts to rotate down as she's going down. Like if the rotation matched her trajectory, maybe that would help. Because it looks a little stiff just having it like that. So if she was moving down a lot, it would go like this. Maybe that would help. But I do want to try. Also, how many frames is that? Has to be 8. I've exported it to the wrong time. It has to be 8 frames. So we get that. And why is the hair movement didn't copy over? There's meant to be animation on the hair. I don't know why that didn't copy. Oh, because I had the hair keyframes turned off, maybe. So because I want to just get some of that in, because I've already done the work to do that with the hair on the other animation anyway. So I want to get some of that in there because it looks cool. So if I go back to what's it called, ascend moving. Oh, let me key this back. Yeah, so it's tried to like rotate this bone now. So I just want to get, can I just get the hair only right now? I just want to copy these keyframes and paste them on the pounce. There we go. So maybe what would happen is this has like a loop and then there's an initial starting thing that it does. So it goes to like pounce start, pounce loop, which would be this. And then maybe this has like it tilts based on her trajectory and then like some kind of pounce end where she like flips out of this back to her fall pose. I think that's what should happen. That's the general anatomy of how this should be programmed, I think. So I'll make a copy of this. And we'll call this pounce start. Because I want to just experiment with this idea of having her do a flip, like a sideways spin buff. And I don't know, I'm feeling like it needs to have it. So let me turn these back on. So we'll have to rotate it a bit more like this, and we'll have a foot. We'll mirror the thing, because you can't do a spin with her leg out like that. And the tail will hug a bit closer. Oh, can I do that without it breaking? This. So here's what I'm thinking. We go to frame 8, or maybe even more. We might need 24 frames or something. Oh no, 24 is too much, maybe 12. I want to say 12. And we take this little guy, and we key his y-axis. Oh, what is it gonna do here? We might need to change, because I want to rotate it like this. I might need to change the way this rotation has been keyed, because there's a certain order this has to be in, and I don't remember the exact order. So let me clear the keys and change this. I'm going to reset this rotation, and we're going to change this to, I think it's one of these. I forgot which one. Maybe this one. Just need to, because there's a certain axis it has to rotate. See, I don't want the other numbers changing. There's a certain combination of it I can get where it only moves the one number and not this other stuff. I just gotta remember which one it is. I think it might be this. Oh no, it keeps doing it. Because I just want to rotate it along the Y. But I don't want it... I think this might be it, actually, yeah. So this order of stuff. So I'll key this here. Hello. Hello. Successfully added keys. I don't think so. Okay, now it's added it. And I just want to take this and then take the Y value and go 180. Or no, 360 was what we need. So it does a complete... Ooh, that's cool. But it's one frame too. Yep. So then we take this. If I do linear, how does that look? Ooh. The hands do look a bit strange though. So I might need to tilt this. Because then I can just tilt it on the X and it won't disrupt the Y rotation. It'll just, yeah. So if you do the X, Y, Z in that specific order, it does what I want. But I can see now that I'm gonna have to straighten her back for this for this spin to actually look not bad. The hands have to come up a bit higher. That's better. So just like a spin. And I'll save this just as its own. I just want to see if this is even a good idea. So we'll call this pounce start. What do you mean file's corrupted? I just exported it. I see, it's fine. It's actually pretty smooth. Let's step that. Now the rotation is going to look a little too smooth. So let me solve that, because this is gonna look strange if I don't do it like this. That's better. But it has to be one frame shorter. It has to start at frame 1 to look like a clean loop. There we go. Let's try that. Let me just re-export that. I made a little mistake. Why does it keep saying file is corrupt and then it exports it successfully? I don't quite get what its issue is here. Yeah, it's fine. Well, that doesn't quite look right though. I'm gonna delete it and retry. I didn't notice any difference. Yeah, it's meant to look a bit blockier. If she has to move, like pushes the air backward, I don't know what you mean. Well, yeah, particles, we're gonna do that later. We can't, we just need to get the animations first. They're not to that bit yet. Why does it keep saying it's corrupt? I'm not crazy. I saw it export that file. I guess it'll do. So for the time being, I don't know how to implement this exactly, but I think I'll start with just switching out this pose to see what happens. Oh yeah, no, I know how it... Okay. Well, it's just one thing at a time. One thing at a time here. It's kind of cool. I like this a little more, but I feel like it needs to spin faster though. It looks like it hasn't cut all the keys out. It feels like there's too many in-betweens that I told it to just remove like a moment ago. Looks too smooth. But I'm just watching, I'm just spamming the move just to see if it's like a good... It does, yeah, that transition is still pretty awkward though. What if I... Yeah, hold on. So the original thing I was thinking... I have to edit the animation. Needs to have a notify in it. I have to copy these. Actually, you know, I shouldn't do it like this. This should be attack start. Why is it? Wait. Why doesn't it give me a thing there? Hold on. Yeah, what? There's meant to be a thing that lets me control the thing, but the button's gone. Huh? Unless I typed in... Yeah, why? What? Why there's no... It doesn't let me change the transition rules. What? But it's meant to have this button on it. But it doesn't. What? This is, what's going on? Yeah, now it doesn't draw them. What? Maybe I need to compile? Yeah, what? What do you mean can't wait? Yeah, it's got an error saying that this is empty, but it doesn't let me edit it. What? Okay, Unreal. You're failing me too. Gabi has disappointed me enough today, and Unreal, are you seriously gonna back her up on this? I can't believe this, Unreal. I thought we were friends. Thought we were friends, Unreal. Might have to relaunch the editor, because it's like literally the button it's meant to give me to do the transitions. It's just not giving me the button. I've never had this problem. Unreal, stop being silly, okay? This is like not a good time. Let's restart. Let's restart. What on earth? Yeah, we're gonna turn it off and on again. Reminds me of bullet jumping in Warframe. Oh, where do I recognize that name? Warframe. It'll probably come to me. That's like a shooter game, isn't it? It's like Destiny, but third person or something like that. That's what yeah, it was like some Destiny type game, I want to say. I don't know. It's been a hot minute since I've heard that name. Task failed successfully. Yeah, well, yeah, because it kept telling me that the animation was corrupt, and I said, I don't think so, buddy. It looks fine. And it's like, no, we swear it's corrupt. And I said, look, man, this is like, you're being a bit ridiculous here. Yeah, it's still... No, don't do this to me. Maybe we have to plug it in here. Unreal. Is it Jova? Is it actually Jova right now? Where's the pose? Oh no, I want this one. This one goes here. I just want to program you, Unreal. Don't be. Yeah, no, don't do this to me. What have I ever done to you, Unreal? No, it's Jova. We can't add any more animations to Gabi anymore. Oh no, now it's back. Oh my goodness, this is infuriating. Now it decides to cooperate. Okay. Gosh. I swear, like dealing with software, it's like dealing with a moody teenager. Like they only work when they're kind of in the mood to, and they just argue with you all the time. It's like, oh, Unreal dear, I need you to make me an animation transition. Could you do that, please? And it's like, no. That's what it's doing to me. And I'm like, son, or daughter or whatever this is. Son, why are you being like this? Don't be difficult. And it's like, oh, you're not my user. You're not my dad. You can't tell me what to do. And it just argues with me all the time. That's what being a game developer and working with computers all day. That's a quintessential. That's the experience. It's like dealing with a moody child. And then when it decides it's in the mood, it'll start trolling you, saying, "Oh, your file's corrupt." And it's like, no, it's not. No, I'm not. And then it just keeps arguing with you all the time. Yeah, Unreal does a bit of trolling. So now it's cooperating. Thank you, Unreal. Thank you, Unreal. So I want this, not there, but here. Gotta get rid of that. Is attacking, and this is can enter. Yes. Thank you, Unreal. See, Unreal has now decided to all of a sudden grow up. Oh. No, it's not. No, that's not working the way it's meant to. It only does it once. Did it not? Is there something I'm forgetting to do? There is something I'm forgetting to do. No, this has the notify on it. This has the notify on it. Because I wanted to just do the spin, the one spin, and then go to that other pose. But it seems to only do it once. We had this problem before. I'm just trying to remember how that came about. Because this makes sense when I look at it like this. I don't know, because it's only doing it once. It's really irritating. If I get a lot of air, she does the spin once. Oh, she's trying. Okay. And then it doesn't. Oh, and now it's doing it every other time. Oh, that's weird. I don't know what the deal. And then it's got blending. No blending. Get it out. No blending. No, thank you. Get it out. So that could be it. The blending might be over covering it up. Yeah, now it's doing it consistently. Except when I do the double jump for whatever reason. So she does the one spin and goes to that pose. It's kind of too, and then it only does it half the time. That's lovely. Thanks, Unreal. I don't know, the spin doesn't feel right though. It feels too slow, and there's something about the posture. No, it's the, yes, it's the, I know exactly what it is. Her torso has to twist. That's why it looks strange. Because she's just rotating on her own and it looks strange. So we need to have actual twist in the pose for this to look normal. Oh, that looks awful. No, not like that. And then her hands have to somehow also rotate without me breaking. No, 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 not like that. So I have to turn off symmetry then. And I think the head has to also rotate. Or no, I think the head stays like, maybe like this. I don't know. I'm just sort of eyeballing it right now. But I know that there has to be like twists for these poses. Now that looks wrong. I don't know. We'll move on. We'll move on. I'm sick of looking at this. This looks all wrong. I'll just take it back to the way it was. Okay, we'll leave that alone for the moment because that's gonna need some more work. I guess we'll add pounce start to the list. I'm just looking at the time. I want to do one easy one to end it off because I want to start wrapping up, but I want to pick something that isn't going to take 4 hours. Something I could do out quickly. We could revisit one of the idols, because we did have a work in progress for it, but I wasn't happy with it when we worked on it last. So let me clear this out. And it was one of these idols, called it Fidget something. Fidget 1. We had this thing where she would do an arm stretch. I don't know how many frames it was. It's 30 frames long. And I didn't... Oh yeah, this one used FKs. So I gotta adjust her hands. Give me a sec. Yeah, we had this pose going. I have a slightly better eye, I think, now of what I want this to be. This actually isn't as bad as I remember it looking. So, the beginning transition is pretty bad, but it's like this from frame 16 onwards, I think, is what I was focused on, where she's like pulling her arm back, and I was trying to like explain limited animation in the sense of posing and stuff, and I couldn't quite explain it, but this actually isn't too bad. I did an okay job with this, with like the scaling and the moving of the bones, like because I was trying to add in those imperfections. Like if you look at like her shoulders and stuff, they all scale slightly. The only thing that's weird is that the hair is like not been stepped. I don't know why. So maybe we can do a bit of work on this, because there is a few different changes I want to try and make. Why am I not using Cascader? Because I've explained this like 20 times now. What do you think? Maybe you can guess. Mine's... Oh, I've read that one already. The thumbnail's crazy. I don't know what the thumbnail looks like on YouTube. But yeah, so this pose. I haven't actually figured, because I do need... There is a way, because I actually don't have this... Because this is going to be on the idol. It's going to cycle through a few different of these. And I actually don't have a way to play those, because one thing that I'm like trying to see if I can cut out is the first of these, because what it does is that I'm trying to blend it from the original idol to this, and it's difficult because I'm switching it from IK to FK. Maybe there is a way to actually have that not, because I want to be careful about switching between those things. So, because I haven't used the IK switches in any of these except this one, and I'm really worried it's gonna break. So I want to see if I can actually animate this handle and have it not look terrible in, like, if I can actually bake that setting change into the animation itself. I wonder if that's possible. I have to think it is. if I change the keying set to available, and if I change, because I'll turn on the FK handles, because this uses it animates the arms differently for this one. So because there's a slider on this here that changes it from an FK to an IK. Can I animate that? Insert keyframe. Oh, hey. Oh, but it isn't. Is it there? I can't see it. I can't see it in this list. Where is it? So I know that I can key it, but I don't know where it is. Let me try that again. Oh, is it in here? No, it just has location, rotation, but it says it's highlighted, so I know that it's animating because it's highlighted. But I can't see it come up on this list. So is this on something else then? No, it only shows location scale. I want to actually see, because I need to know exactly when this changes on the timeline, and I can't see it on the timeline. Well, just to eyeball it, because that's all I can really do at the moment. We'll insert a keyframe here, and then here... oh no, it needs to be 1 there, and it has to be 0. So it can... Okay, so it can animate. I just really hope to God that this will show up in Unreal and not, like, break. I'm hoping. So we'll... So the hand should now blend better. So if I insert a keyframe here... and change it. Yeah, so the hand will move back down. And then just here, we're going to change it to here. I wonder if that... I don't know, we'll see. So if I change this to frame 0... it's a bit awkward, but it's slightly better. It's jittery, though. Guess your pipeline is already set. Yeah, I don't want to go through the whole pipeline because we do have to get stuff done. But yeah, let's just say that changing the pipeline, deviating from this pipeline, is going to be a bigger hassle than just sticking to it. So I'm essentially following as one-to-one as I can the Arc System Works pipeline. And Arc System Works don't use Cascader. And there's a very specific reason why, but that would be a 2-hour lecture. You should probably just go look it up yourself, because I'm not a teacher. I'm not here to explain it. I'm just here to work. So if you're really that curious, because most people aren't interested in hearing this, they just want me to say okay and do it and not explain anything. But if you really want to know, I would recommend looking up how Arc System, their studio practices and stuff, and how they do stuff, because it's all very considered. So there's lots of shortcuts they could have taken that they didn't do, and that's basically the same attitude I'm taking. So yeah, that's the basic version. But if that doesn't satisfy you enough, there is a lot more to it than that I just do not have time to explain right now. So this hair, I don't know why the hair is being smooth. That shouldn't happen. Well, okay, well, let me just think real quick, because how is the rest of this moving? So this... What is this? Oh, what is that? There's this one keyframe here, and I have no idea what it is for. And this one. These all look like... I don't know. I don't remember putting these here. Yeah, so there's a bit of mess here because I've tried to Frankenstein a new pose into the idol with all the other detail, like the tail and stuff, and the hair, and it's like, maybe I should just get rid of that stuff. Because I don't know what each of these is doing. I haven't touched this one in like a week, and I do not remember what these keys are for. And I feel like it's just getting in the way. It's confusing me. What would be cool is if I could do the blending, have the computer do it, but we can't do that. So I have to, what are these little in-betweens here? I don't remember. I'm trying to think, because usually when I come back to something, I've done that for a reason, and it'll come back to me, but I sincerely do not remember what these are for. Were those the ones I just added? Oh, wait. No, it does show me. Wait a minute. Oh, it shows, okay. The switch IK is on the wrong frame. So it is, okay. So it does show up on this timeline. It's just buried. So why is that there? Yeah, because I don't like this jitteriness. I'm trying to get rid of that. Yeah, it's just that one. I don't know why it's doing that there. Let me check the, and you see, then I click on the one bone and then it vanishes again. So I can only see it when I have everything selected, which is annoying. I've lost it now. I can't find it. It's in the sea of variables, but the IK thing is, yeah, there it is. I found it again. Because it's on the wrong keyframe. It can't be on an odd number. It has to be on an even number. And then the transitions are just, yeah, this is what I was worried about. I knew there would be some issue with this, with trying to switch it, and I was right. I knew there'd be some problem with this. Because that transition is just complete, it's so bad. So, how do I want to... I need to figure out a solution for this then. Because, yeah, this is pretty bad. And there's just too much stuff. I don't know what, like, all of this is for. It's like, throwing me off so much. Because, yeah, what is that doing? What is this? What is half this stuff? Usually when I look at stuff like this, I like know what it is, but I do not remember, like, why on earth did I put this on frame 11 and not frame 12? The thing is, it's probably something I was thinking, I just don't remember. And this, yeah, now it's, is that on? Yeah, then there's this one thing on frame 11 that should be on. We can't have anything on an odd number, it's gonna ruin it. So that, yeah. Oh, this is yeah, it's a bit of a, it feels a bit, this is messy, I don't like this, it's messy. Is there a way I can do this without all this mess? That's like, that gives me the same outcome. Because what I would like is to be able to... The stress here is getting it to transition cleanly from the idle pose. And it isn't even really going to do that, because it's transitioning from one specific keyframe of the idle pose. So this will only ever look good if this starts playing on the exact right keyframe. Which I don't like. I don't like that idea. So, like what I'm trying to explain. So with her idle, because here's what's going to happen. As she's doing this, she's going to randomly alternate between this, and then she's going to do that stretch, and then maybe two other things. But if the animation triggers at the wrong time, her tail is going to, like, you'll see it in the tail and the hips. Because if it transitions when her tail is leaning to the other side, and then it goes straight to this, like if her tail is on the other side and it goes here, the tail is going to be out of rhythm. Like the tail rhythm, because then it does this. And if it goes here and then the other side and then back, it's going to look like, oh, something's canceled that animation, and it's going to look bad. So I have to think of a way to somehow transition from any part of the idle to the part I want. Because I'm trying to do it manually here. Which is what Arc System Works would do. Or would they? Would they really do that? I think they would, but... Let's actually look. Let's see if we can actually see, if we can spot anything from it. Because they have the same thing with their idols, and they transition always perfectly. But maybe they don't. Maybe they actually don't. So if you search Guilty Gear... Do I actually have this... I might have the tab open already, actually. So let me go dig it for it. Oh, did I lose it? Did I lose that tab? I think I might have lost that tab. Oh no, here it is. So if we well yeah, just this. So there is an idle loop happening, and then it switches to this him with his hair, and you notice how the entire body stays in rhythm. Like the chest doesn't suddenly go from not there to like breathed out. Like it stays. Or does it? Actually, let me look at that more closely. I'm gonna watch his chest. I mean, it looks like it's transitioning pretty good. The chest doesn't actually keep breathing. He actually stops breathing. Because he has the big chest expansions here. And then here, the chest kind of, It does start from this exact pose though. If it started from the chest being expanded out, it would look strange. That's what I'm trying to explain. Other characters have a bit more better examples of this. Like here, like this dude with the white. See how his knees go up and down? And then when he twirls his sword, it's the hips don't go out of rhythm. They don't teleport. Like they go up and stay up there, and then it resumes the rhythm, and then it stays, and then it goes down, up, down. Oh, now they've skipped it. That's what I'm trying to describe. And even this character has a pretty extreme idle. Like a bad transition on this character would look. Yeah, you see here. There's the normal idle pose, and then you can tell the instant, there's the frame, you can tell exactly when it goes here. That's the one frame where it, actually they've picked a fascinating frame to be that pose, because she keeps shifting her weight to each leg in her idle, in a normal idle. So let's skip ahead a little to see the normal idle. So in a normal, you see her hips are going, they're rocking. So that, you see how she transitions now from the other direction? So that's I'm trying to figure out how you do that. Like it goes here, and then her why is it not letting me skip the frame now? I'm trying to use the, yeah. And then she stands like taller and then twists her torso. And then it transitions like perfectly back into that pose again. And then it resumes. It doesn't interrupt it. It doesn't restart it. It resumes. I'm just wondering how you do that. There's probably an easy way to do it, because it's like probably something every game does. But I've never made idols like this. I have only ever had one looping pose. So I don't have these fancy things. This is the first time I'm trying it. So it's, I'm just wondering how they do it. Because if you get that wrong, it's going to look like that there's an animation glitch. How, well, if I had to think, how would I do it? If I had to make up something, because I'm just trying to think if there's a, I just don't like, It's just, you gotta be careful with the transitions, that's the thing. So that I have a nagging feeling that I'm gonna mess it up if I don't figure this out. Because I feel like the transition is pretty bad right now. No, it's not that it's animated on 4s. It's actually animated on 2s at 30 FPS, to be technical about it. That's not what I'm talking about. It's oh, I don't even know. Like, I can't really explain it better than I've just said. It's not that we've already gone over. It's not that. It's the way that it transitions and then it interrupts the normal idle loop, and then it resumes it, and it blends perfectly in and out of it. And the interesting thing that maybe isn't obvious, because you got to remember that they don't use any blending. and they don't use any automatic blending. So they don't just do what everyone else does, where they have the two poses in the animation graph and they just let Unreal do the blending. They don't do that. They do that manually. Because if you do that, it'll break the aesthetic. It'll break the animations on 2's thing. So I need to think very carefully here about when. Okay, I think it's starting to make sense now. It's just, yeah. So, oh, this isn't right. Hold on. So that, okay, that pose is the same from here to here. Because then it needs to go back. Okay, I think I know. I think I'm starting to get a feel for, because I feel like I'm sort of in the dark right now, but I think I'm starting to find light. So this absolute, because here's what I've noticed that I've done by accident without realizing. I've actually made it so that it cuts in right at the so at frame 0. That's where mine begins. It transitions from same. So what I need it to do is I need it to go to interrupt it at frame 0 and go to its own thing and then come back to frame 0. So that's kind of at least a little comforting that the end pose will be the exact same as the start. That's kind of comforting because it gives me a destination to work towards. But getting there, that's where we have some problems. So if let me just move this so we can see it. So you can already see here something's very, very wrong if I do that. Because yeah, there's just, it's just these IK. Because yeah, it's now ruining the other keys and it's really annoying. And then there's just for whatever reason, I don't know why, but the hair interpolation is wrong. I don't remember doing that. I don't remember adding that stuff to the hair. So maybe I should try and, because there's just too much going on. I gotta hide stuff. I've got to turn off some of these bones. It's just too much. Let me just hide everything except the hair so I can, there's just so much information. Okay, yeah, the hair keyframes look wrong. Something's happened to these hair keyframes that looks not good. Like this is all wrong. This placement looks like, what do you, like frame 16 and 18 and then it's blank and then like what? Like I don't remember animating it like that because this is copied from the other idol. So we'll just get rid of those because that looks annoying. But we do need to copy the other idol up until, I want to say frame 15. So let's go, I need to copy the hair keyframes for here. So I'm just going to do it a piece. I think if I break this down, because I think the reason why I'm just a bit overwhelmed with this is that there's so much movement. Because the hair's moving, the tail's moving, the limbs are moving, and the torso is moving. And the torso bones are, the breathing animation is, it's just too much. And it's like, all right, let's just focus on one thing at a time. That might give us a clue. So I'm gonna keep the hair blank up until frame 4. We'll make frame 40 the end of the end of the pose. Or no, maybe frame 50. Give it some extra room here. Okay, now the hair is sorted out. Let's look at the face, because the ears do move a bit. Oh, do they? No, I swear they do. The ear, I know the ear bone is here somewhere. Oh, here we go. So let's copy to frame 6. So frame 16, that is when we go all the way out of the idol. So from frame 0 to frame 16 is transitions. Even then, I don't know if I should even make that shorter, because I don't think Arc System Works would use 16 frames. Or, sorry, 8. This is on 2, so it's 8 frames. I want to say they would use 4. Just from looking at everything, they would use 4, not 8, because 4 is cheaper to use. So maybe there, but I just want to like... I just want to get at least the first up to here sort of sorted. Just So let's paste. So yeah, the face and the ears and everything will do their thing. And there's some more bones that I'm also forgetting to take here. Yeah, and no. Even on here, actually, there's something. Oh, wait a sec. Actually, excuse me. I'll show you something I noticed. This is actually something I should probably fix now, because I'm gonna have an issue if I don't address this now. But if you actually look closely at our idol, there was something I noticed yesterday that looked a bit strange. Let me pick somewhere where the background is not as distracting. Let's go here. Watch her head in this idol. I'm gonna do it on slow motion. So this is slow motion. Watch her head. You guys notice something? You notice how the ear is moving slightly more often than the rest of the body? So it looks to me like I've done something wrong with the keying of the ear, or I didn't cut the interpolation correctly. So that's probably those extra in-between keyframes that I'm seeing that I know shouldn't be there. That's what we're seeing. So let's get rid of those. And yeah, you can see it here now. The ear is moving slightly too often. It's throwing me off, because that's where we get these weird, like, in-betweens from. So I just gotta figure out exactly which group is responsible for this. It looks like it's this face secondary stuff. So you see how it's not, yeah, this hasn't been stylized correctly. So it's out of sync. That's why it looks wrong. So we'll get, yeah, I must have missed this the first time. So let's go cut out every of these. And then what is this at the end? Let's get rid of that. So now it's updating at the same frequency, except these two frames don't line up, and that's, oh no, oh no, oh no. The end, the begin, it doesn't loop cleanly. How did I miss that? I must have missed this. Unless, oh no, maybe it's meant to be 32 frames long. I don't know. I feel like it's meant to be 30 frames, I thought. Like if I select the entire thing, yeah, it's 30. Oh yeah, 30. So yeah, the end and the ears are slightly different. Oh my god, how did I miss that? Ah, well let's fix. I don't know if this is. That'll do. We'll just have to copy and paste that end keyframe. I guess I just didn't notice. And you can see here there's something weird happening with the interpolation of the arms and the... Actually, no, that's not the arms, it's like the shoulders. Oh, you know what that probably is? It's like the breathing, the tweak bones I must have gotten wrong. Yeah, these tweak bones haven't been done right either. So that... Oh, because there was something about the idol that looked a little strange. And I thought it was just the ears, but it's more. The actual, because these tweak bones here expand and compress the torso to simulate breathing, and they're animating at a different frame rate than the rest of the, because I must have skipped these when I went to sample, because when I was finishing this one up, I went and sampled them like this, and I must have missed these layers. Oh, that's why I'm seeing like keys halfway in, and it's like, that's on the wrong key. Why is it there? That's why. I must have just not noticed that. Okay. Well, we can at least... Please tell me, though, that... Okay, that ends at the same point. So now the breathing should be in sync. What about the tail seems okay. I think... Yeah, I think I must have missed these tweak bones. The torso's fine. What about the... Okay, the face is fine. What about the hair? The hair is now fine, I think. Hair looks okay. Hair's fine. Let's check every group. I gotta check every group now. That's fine. And I know the fist, it's just because of the IK stuff, so don't worry about that. This has been done, right? Okay. So that's a weird anomaly there. Look at the arm tweak bones. These have been keyed for some reason. So let's get rid of that. Oh, the shoulder adjust. Because yeah, these literally they've been keyed, but they don't like change. So maybe I'll just change. I'll just yeah. Let's go legs. Let's check the legs. Those look okay. Let's look at the leg tweak bones. Those don't have any keys at all. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Let's turn this all back on now. It's just, yeah, that's what happens when you have a lot of layers and you can't manage them very well. That's what happens. So I must have just forgot about those. So if I real quick, make sure keying is off. If I change this here, the idle will look normal again. And oh, there it is. Sorry. Yep. Wait, the other hand just vanished. Oh, there we go. So yeah, now that's the idle. So the idle has now been slightly improved. So let's re-export that too, because that's been bothering. I knew there was something not quite right and I couldn't put my finger on it, and now it's clear. So let's re-export that while we're at it. Now, back to what we were trying to do. It was the idle fidget. So I think what I might want to... what I might want to do now, just to cover my bases, I might clear out everything before frame 15 and copy the first 15 frames back. Maybe? Because it's frame 16 where it changes. I haven't done anything that special between these two. So I think I'll save before I do it and I'll try it. So now it just starts here. But I gotta make sure, okay, those IK things are keyed in. So we'll go back to idle and just copy, no, not that version. It's idle stylized. Copy the first 15 frames. So yeah, I still don't know if, maybe not 15, maybe that's not the right number, but we'll just, for now. We'll just do that for now. Oh. What? What do you mean? Why does that not work? Oh no. Oh no. Come on now. It always does this. Every time I try to copy bones or keys or whatever, it just, sometimes it goes, I don't want it. So let me turn all these on, make sure it's all selected. And yeah, then there's this annoying, yeah, keyframe 1, that should, let's get rid of that. And this still has something not right. Oh no, never, I know what that's for. Let's move that here. So now I just have to make sure here, because now it's doing, give me a minute. This, I have to insert keyframe, and this has to be over here. So this transition's gonna look a bit awkward, I know, just bear with me. Just for the moment. But, oh, because these, where do I find these here? Okay, here, yeah. So if I can just make that, get rid of the interpolation there. So, because it's doing this thing, I don't want it to do that. It's trying to interpolate this slider, and I don't want it, I want it to stop. But it doesn't show up on this list now anymore, unless I press A, and then it's in this big pile now. What if I just select it all here and go constant? Okay, that's fixed it now. So it's gonna snap to this pose, I just want that for the moment, just so I can kind of get a lay of the land. That's fine for now. Because I don't really know how I want to handle... But you see how here the transition's not smooth, but it's doing something where the body is changing and the tail is not being interrupted, and the hair is being interrupted. So that's something that I think I do want to change that anyway, because I don't want the hair to move the way it moves in the normal idle. But then it needs to like go back to frame whatever it is. The end of this has to be the same as the first frame. So I just gotta make sure I get that right. I'm a little worried because maybe this is okay. So yeah, if I take all this, copy the end, the beginning. Oh. Paste it, because I just gotta, what's this frame doing? Oh no, I had it at frame here. And then I have to make sure, I have to set the eye, I have to set this back to 0 at the last frame. So it goes back to the way it's supposed to be. We'll make that 40. There's just something that's happening there. Hold on. I just don't know if that should be... Let me look at the last frame of the idle, see if the tail is in the same spot. Because I just gotta keep an eye on the tail. Frame 30. Okay, the tail is in a different spot. Oh, no, it's because of the hips. Okay, it's just the hips, don't worry. The tail is in the same spot, it's just it's relative to the hips. So that means we'll make that frame 32. So I know the transitions are not great yet, but I just need to get a basic... I need to understand how this is supposed to go first before I try to make the transitions good. I'm wondering if there's a quick way I could test this out, just to see if, I don't know, usually when I see it in engine, it gives me some clarity. How would you implement this in the animation thing, I wonder? You would have to, the idle loop will have to have something in it that will randomize and go play the normal idle, and then every so few opportunities pick one of these to then show on screen and then go back. So I need, how would you do that? I'm trying to think. Is that I'm trying to judge if that's like a quick thing I can just do, or if that's going to be like an hour. So I'm just trying to think, because I know that it sounds like a simple thing. Unreal Engine animation controller. What is it I'm trying to actually do? There's a word. What question am I really trying to ask? It's like, how do you let me search randomized idles. Maybe that sounds like something people would search. Let's see what we get. Random idle in 4 minutes. Okay, so please have this not be a bad tutorial and not do it in some spaghetti way and actually get what I want. From the first glance, it's crude because it's the default mannequin, but the underlying code looks like what we want. So how does he do it? Oh, why is this so low quality? If this is actually going to take 4 minutes, that'd be awesome. But you never know with tutorials on YouTube. Usually it's like in 4 minutes, but at a great price. So I just want to see what he does. I want to see what he does here. So he's adding he's adding notifiers to the third person idle. And this must be one of the ones he wants to transition to. Oh, okay. So he'll have the notify then has a function. I'm betting, yeah, he'll have some kind of event where the notify triggers this thing that then determines which clip to play next. Yeah, that has to be how he's doing it. Let's see if I'm right. Yeah, he'll have a delay, random flow. Yeah. I think I know exactly what he's gonna do. Let's give ahead a little bit. Okay, there is something I didn't notice though, that he's like he's doing this boolean. That has to be there for a reason. So what he does this thing where it's like, this isn't cool. Okay, this is not exactly what I was picturing. Oh no, kind of. No. Okay, so this is so that after a random amount of time, which I don't think we can do, because if we pick a random amount of time, the transition might happen at the wrong time. Oh no, unless no, he's actually accounted for that. If this boolean's doing what I think it's doing, then he might have a, because what he could do, it picks a random delay and then it sets the boolean on, but that doesn't trigger the animation straight away. It means the next opportunity, there'll be a notify in one of these other animations that checks that boolean at that specific time, and then it does it. It would be something like that, I think. So let's see if I can quickly do that. So let's save what I have here. And I'll save this as just as a test. And let's see what we will. So this would have to be in the animation blueprint here then. So what has he done? Let me put this on my other screen. So he's got a notify. So let's go to Gabi's idle and add one. And we should import that one I just made. Idle fidget, let's import you in. Not terrible, but it needs, so we need to make a new notify. Add notify, skeleton notify, new notify. So we'll call this idle end. What has he called it? Oh, that's the wrong window. What has he named his? Idle transition. I'll call mine idle end. I feel like calling it that. And then on her other idle, we will also do that. We'll add the same notify. Should be here now, idle end and the skeleton notify. So then we have to have an event somewhere. Anim idle end, there we go. I don't know what his begin idle delay thing is doing. Oh, maybe I do have an idea, actually. But just for the moment, because what this needs to do, when it ends... Oh, no, I've done something wrong here. I need to watch ahead to see what he does. Oh, wait, okay, hold on. I didn't see this bit. Random pose player. Aha. So what is he using the other thing for then? Okay, I don't know why he's... I just want to try... I want to try what he's done with this thing. Because I don't know why he's doing the rest of that. That doesn't seem to make sense to me, but this makes sense to me. I understand what this would do. So let's, oh no, wait a minute. No, yeah, no, that makes sense now that I think about it. Yeah, okay, because you can't have that sequence plugged into this or can you? No, you can't. Unless... No. We'll do the way he's done it. So what is he... What is... I just need to know what that boolean's for. It's probably for this rule, this transition here. So what... Idle transition. See, I don't like this name. This is a bad variable name. This is why I don't really like tutorials too much, because it's like... This is not, this doesn't, I should be able to read that variable name and know exactly what it does. And I don't. I'm looking at this and it's like, I kind of get what it does, but it could be more, the name could be better. It should be something like can enter idle transition, not just idle transition. This is a bad, and it should have a tooltip. Because if someone else looking at this like me, I don't know what this is for unless I watch this whole video. And it's like, you should be able to look at it at a glance and know what it does. So that's why I kind of don't, there's the standards for tutorials are usually pretty low. So that's why I tend to be a bit apprehensive about following things like this step by step. I did actually know a guy that used to make tutorials and he would make mistakes like this all the time. And it was frustrating. So I get what he's doing, but I could do a bit better than that, I think. So we need a state, we'll call this just idle, I guess, and I build in, I'll name mine can enter idle fidget, because that's what we're really, it's really about, can we do the fidgeting? That's what the really is, that's what it should be. So can enter idle fidget. And then I'll write a tooltip, whether or not, whether, well just whether, that's fine. Whether we can play fidget, idle fidget animations. I'm assuming that's what it's for. And then what's he done for the backwards transition? Has he just done the opposite? Yes, he's done the opposite. See, I like this name I've chosen better, not because I've chosen it, but because you guys watching will, you're like, yeah, one of you could read this and you know, oh, I know what this does. But when I read this, I'm like, what is idle like, what is that? What is idle transition? What does that mean? And you don't want to have that reaction when you're looking at code, if possible. Okay, well, let's go back. So is that really it? I need to check his notifiers though. Where has he put these? Because I think that's the only thing I haven't got right is the way he's put the notifiers. So this is add a fidget. That is the normal idle. So for the normal idle, he's added the notify. It's a different notify. This is the begin idle delay. So we'll make. I don't like that name either, but we'll follow. Begin idle delay. What does that mean? Is there a better way you could word that? Better idle delay. Oh no, what is it? Begin idle delay. Because what is it actually doing? It should be like begin fidget delay. That's what I would name it. Begin fidget delay. So after a delay, it plays the fidget. I think that's all it's doing. So we'll so that's at the end. That notify comes at the end of his normal. Okay, so we'll do the same. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah. So for the idle end. Yeah. No, I haven't named this on my one that well. So this should, yeah, let's replace with notify. Oh, I can't just do that. We're gonna make it. We'll make another one. New notify, and we'll call this begin fidget delay. That's what I'll call mine. And then on the other one, that had I think that is just end idle. So this is on one of his fidgets. End idle. What does this end idle do? Oh, it just sets one thing. It just sets a variable to false. I think that's all it does. Yeah, okay. I think I follow it. So oh wait. Get a fidget delay. And then he's got set can enter fidget to true. And then this gets set back to false. Okay, see, when I name it with the things I've named it, it makes sense to me with these names, but the way he's named it, it's a bit too vague. So, oh, you see, she's actually reacting to it now, but she can't, she's stuck in that idle now, so it's actually reacting in the little window there, so that's cool. So yeah, we just need that random, what did he type? He typed in like a random sequence player. And we will pick, we'll have 2 entries, and we'll make sure that, does it have many blend? It has blend settings. Let's get you out. No blending. Bye-bye. So we get rid of that blending, and we'll just add her normal idle, and then we'll add the fidget as well. Okay, that might actually be all there is to it. So let's give it a shot. Oh, and I have to make sure. Oh yeah, you can see her reacting there in the top corner. The only problem is that this will also happen when she's moving. So I have to make sure that there's a thing in here. Let me think. There is a way I can know her velocity. Yeah, so I'll do in this transition if velocity, no, not direction. If velocity get length or get there's a name, xy, vector length xy, that's it. So if that is less, if that is less than or equal to 0, well, it wouldn't be less than, but just we'll just do that anyway. and we can do that, so it can't do it while she's moving. Okay, actually that was, I thought there would be some weird like other thing I'd have to do, but this is actually pretty simple. So let's just watch what she does. Oh wait, something went out of sync there. I saw her do something. Yeah, something happened. The transition, yeah, you see her tail teleported? That's what I was worried about happening. I knew there would be something like that happening, and it's like, watch her tail. You see, and it's smooth. There's blending. No, I thought I turned it all off. Oh no, it's trying to blend between these. That's what it is. So that's the only pain. So maybe I gotta get rid of this. Okay, no, the way he's done it is a bit different to what I had in mind. So I'm gonna get rid of this delay and see what happens. Because it's all out of sync, that's the thing. If I get rid of that delay, I'm just watching her tail. When I get rid of the delay, it's fine. But with the delay, it messes up the rhythm. So I know, I have a game theory on how to instead do it without a delay. Well, I just want to watch her in the sunlight here. Oh, and she still does it while moving. No. No. Does it do it while I'm actually running though? Because I think what happens is when I start moving while she's stretching, she's stuck and she can't get out of the stretch. I think that's what's happening there. So I have to change it. So let's get rid of this delay because that's kind of throwing, you ruined my groove. That's what that's doing. We can't ruin the Emperor's groove. So we're going to get rid of that delay. And I know why he's put it there, but we're going to do it differently. The reason he's put it there is that the stretch doesn't happen, the fidgets don't happen as often. So all you gotta do is just change the chance to play on this little thing here. So we'll change the chance to like 0.5% of the time, and that just reduces how often it'll pick this one. I have the normal idle in here as well. So it's gonna more likely pick the normal one and rarely play, like half as often play the fidget. So that's all there is to it. You don't have to do the delay, I don't think. But what we do need is a transition out. So we got to make sure that this is like, if this is more, if we ever start moving, then we got to get out of this right now and go to the run. We need the run animation. That's what we need. So we just compile, save. I might want to tone down. I'm going to tone down how often that plays. It's a little too often. Or not. I guess it does feel pretty random, actually. So maybe it's okay. Let's see if she does it and I start moving. Oh, I'm too slow. Oh, I'm too slow. I'm trying to see if it will still do it. So yeah, hold on. Let me change the fidget and I'll slow the animation down to like half. Just so I can see if I can animation cancel it, because you need to be able to animation cancel it or else it's gonna be cringe. Can't have any of that. So wait a minute, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. It's coming any minute. Okay, I can cancel it. Great. Let me try that one more time. Because I notice the animation will start to... Yeah, so I can cancel it. Good, 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 good. Great. So let's change that back to 1. And now all I have to do is just make more of those. But now I've got the system in place that lets me add as... I could add 50, but I'm not going to add 50. But I maybe want like 2 more. Some kind of stretch... with, I have her with, and the posing I do want to change up a little. And I was thinking of one where she has her arms up above her like this, but with her arms straight. And another one where she's like maybe reaching her toes or something, like bending over to like stretch her back. That's sort of the ones I had in mind. It's just the difficult thing is it's just the transition from the idle to the pose I want. I know the poses. I know kind of what I want. Like a toe stretch animation, like just the pose of her touching her toes is easy, but the challenge is blending it properly from the idle to that without breaking the rhythm of this idle. That's the thing that's kind of you got to just watch out for there. So here it's like it's abrupt, so it needs a bit of polish on it still. So you can see here the transition is just teleports her arms. So I need something. The challenge that I'm gonna have to do with this a bit later is just to figure out like how I can have her arms move and have the rest of the body not get in the way. So just having the arms only do that, and the shoulders and everything else just stays where it is, like the hips and everything. I don't want to like ruin the rest of the rhythm. That's the thing. It's just hard because it's like an additive thing. It's like trying to animate on top of another animation. It's just a bit challenging. But she's doing it. It's like it's programmed, and she's doing the moves. That needs to last a bit longer though. It's too quick. She has to hold that up a bit higher. Did I say what the strange shadow on her face was? Yeah, that's the surface normal thing, which I'm not gonna look at right now. I'm gonna do that at the end. Would a cat stretch pose work? I don't know, because cats, they get on their all fours and transitioning, because they're, like I said earlier, cats are not an easy reference because they're quadrupeds. Like they're fundamentally different from a biped. So you can't really use the same rules on a quadruped on a biped. The anatomy's too different. So with a cat stretch, I know the one you're probably meaning. It's like when they have their paws out in front of them and they stretch their back. If I wanted Gabi to do that, I could make her do it, but imagine she's halfway through that stretch and I start moving. It's gonna look so abrupt. And I know it might look a bit like that for the others too, but if she's like bending down on the floor, it's too... you don't want to deviate too far from the idle pose. you don't want her to like sit down or something, because it's just gonna, it's just like, I don't know, it just feels like, how do I don't know how to explain it, but it just doesn't feel like the right call. Like transitioning out of that is gonna be too, it's like, how do you transition out of that and have it not look bad? I don't know. Like, imagine her, she like reaches down and like, let's say she just lies down. And then you press W. It's like, how do you go in one frame from lying down to running? I don't know. At least in this one, I know I can cancel it and it snaps the pose, but at least like she's on her feet and it kind of like, okay, I can kind of forgive that. That, you know, she's on her legs. She isn't like, you know, it's like if she was doing a handstand or something. Like, I feel like that would kind of be really hard to transition from. Unless people are okay with the transition being bad, maybe they are. But I have some reservations about that idea. Isn't there a built-in way in UE5? Well, not using UE5, and you don't want automatic blending. I think I've explained a few times that, yeah, we are deliberately taking out the blending. Because if you add in the blending, it's... because I've taken it all out, so I can't show you it here, but it looks way worse with blending. That's why I'm trying to do it manually, because you can't break character. That's what I'm using the word break character, but what I'm really trying to say is you can't break style, because the style, you can't have these interpolated smooth movements because it will ruin the style. So we can't just chuck in Unreal's default whatever. It's not going to work. So I have to with intention transition them. So it's going to be a bit of a pain, but I mean, hell, I mean that's what you got to do. That's what you got to do. Not to be pedantic, but Cat's anatomy is almost identical to a human. Have you seen a cat's anatomy? I don't think so. They look very different. Yeah, they have things in common, but so does every vertebrae. Just because two things are vertebrae doesn't mean they're similar. They're both vertebrae and they have rib cages and spines, but like the proportions are too different. Like, what did you say? Yeah, the only difference is that they just walk on their hind toes. That is a massive difference. That makes it pretty much not the same. With that one difference, that's a huge difference. That's why it's kind of hard. Like I said, it's hard to really do, because the entire proportions of the leg, the hips, the arms, the shoulder, it's all different on a cat. So that's why, yeah, it's hard to use that as reference for this. Why not just bend her a bit, moving down? I don't know what you mean. Yeah, we're doing UE4. There's a reason why too. Everyone keeps asking me to upgrade, but every time I do, something happens and it breaks something, and it takes me like a month or a week or whatever. I don't want to spend time fixing like, oh, I upgraded the engine, because you know what happened the last time I did that? The wall run broke. The last time I upgraded, and it wasn't even between a major version. It was from Unreal 4.26 to 2.7. When I did that, that cost me a week to figure out why the wall run wasn't working. And it was the stupidest minor change that they made that they didn't document. Like, Epic had done this thing where they had changed how casts work. So if you had a cast with a distance of 0, it would ignore it. And I relied on a 0 distance cast for the wall run. And they didn't document it. Like, in the patch notes, it wasn't there. So I had to accidentally come across, I don't even know how I figured that out. I think I just messed around after a week and realized that when I changed the cast distance to 1, just because why not, let's try it. And then I realized that, oh, they've changed that. And yeah, so yeah, we're not going to upgrade the engine. I don't have time to deal with problems like that right now. And Unreal 4 is fine. I don't know why everyone hates Unreal 4. Unreal 4 is amazing. I don't know why everyone like thinks it's like the worst. Like, it's more stable. It's been around longer, and it's not going to change anymore because they're done. So there's not going to be any more weird incidents like that where they make some undocumented change and it ruins, like, it wastes a week of my time. It doesn't happen anymore because they're finished. So to me, I value that more, because what am I going to use in Unreal 5? Like, I'm not going to use ray tracing. I don't care about ray tracing. I don't care about metahuman or whatever, nanite. I'm not going to use that. So to me, UE5 is like overkill, and it's unnecessary. So that's why I don't upgrade it. I really should make a YouTube video about that, because that's one of the most common questions I get. And it's probably, yeah, I don't know anyone else that sort of has this same attitude, but I don't know. It's just whenever I've tried to upgrade it, it never works. Never. There's always some problem. So that's just me, though. But yeah, so that's the idle fidgets implemented. That's good. I'm probably gonna call it for today because I'm a bit tired. I didn't get a lot of sleep, so I need a rest. But let's make sure that's all saved. But yeah. Did I have that in my list? Oh, I had fidget 1. And I guess fidget system, which we now have, which wasn't on this list of animations, but it's something I would have had to have done anyway. So yeah, it's just, again, it's just going to be these transitions. It's going to be a bit difficult, but hell, if Arc System Works can do it, I can figure out something. It's possible. That's all I need, is that it's possible. So let's save. And every time I save, I like to just take it back to the bones, the essential bones. I like to turn off all these other tweaks when I save the document. Yeah, so Rashid, yeah, exactly what I said, yeah. It's like, you don't know what sort of stuff they're changing, and it's like they might break something by accident that you're using. So that's, yeah, that's basically it. Oh, hi Ronald, I wanted to play a demo of your game. Is it available? Not right now. It's not quite ready. I'll let you know if it does happen. If you do want to keep an eye on that sort of thing, you should wishlist it. You should add it to your wish list on Steam. That's where you should check for any updates like that. For whatever reason, yeah, there we go, there's the link. You should check that out. There is an old build though. If you really want to play it and you're okay with jank, there is an old build from like a year or two ago on itch, but it is not any way representative of my current, what I've got going on. Like it's got a lot of old junk code and junk levels, but it's playable. People seem to enjoy it for some reason, but it's, you know, it's not like, I'm not proud of it. But if you really want to play something that sort of resembles this, but in a much rougher state, then it on itch, it is there. Rashades prefers UE5's UI. I mean, yeah, like, look, the UI does look cool, but I need a better reason than just the UI to want to, because the choices is, by upgrading, I get a bunch of features I don't want, but I also get like a better UI and whatever. But the cost is it might mean that my project gets bricked for 2 weeks. So what do I want to do? Like what am I, do I want to take that risk? And most of the time my answer is just no, because it's not worth, like, I don't want to go through that just to have a better UI. Like I really don't care. The UE4 UI is fine. I don't have it's not so bad that I have to upgrade it. Like I can use it. It just looks a bit more, it looks a bit more skeuomorphic, which I personally like as a style. But it has more colors and stuff in that. I get people, because the new interface looks more monochrome. There's no oranges as much. It's all black and gray. And like, that's cool. Aesthetically, yeah, it's cool. But it's like, for me, it's not worth the risk of like being just wasting 2 weeks, you know? So yeah. But yeah, you gotta be, I don't know what it is. Everyone always, it's like I'm the only one that has these problems for some reason, because I haven't heard of anyone else having issues where their entire core game mechanic breaks. So I don't know. I guess I just have bad luck with it. But yeah, I mean, look, there's probably heaps of cool stuff, but I just, yeah. Things like Lumen. There's another thing too, because I've actually done a lot of tweaking. I'll show you this while we're on that topic and I'll get going. Because some of you might have noticed this. I don't know how many of you have actually noticed, but if you look at the itch build that's available publicly right now, and you look at my one of the big differences besides the UI and the character model and whatever, is the actual lighting is different. Like, I don't know if you guys notice, but in the last few months, I made this change with the lighting where I've had to deliberately take off. I've had to tell Unreal to like stop doing things to get this lighting that I want, because Unreal by default, and I'm sure if with UE5 it's even they have even more stuff that they do, but I've actually deliberately taken off things like tone mapping, screen space reflections, and whatever, all of that modern stuff. I've actually deliberately disabled it because it looks bad in my game. It looks like an Unreal game with that on, and I don't want it to look like an Unreal game. I want it to look like an anime. So if you actually go and look at older footage on my channel, there's a huge difference in the lighting. It's also more performant, which is like a fun bonus, but the main thing is the look. To me, the look is important. So if I go quickly to one of these other videos, even as recently as like my last devlog, this is before I made this change. If I scrub through, you can even see that the color grading and it looks ugly now when you look at it side by side. I think this does have a filter on it though. So you see, I don't know if you guys can notice it. It's very hard to notice, but yeah, you see here, you see in a scene like this, and we'll open up that same area in the current version. It's like near here. You see, well, you can probably see already how different just the shadow color is and everything. So that's not an accident. I had to deliberately like do that. So it's like this area, right? It's around here. Yeah, so it's about here. So you'll notice, because one thing Unreal does by default that I hate is that it tries to like auto expose the scene and have like tone mapping and stuff on it. And that's fine for realistic games, but you see how blown out this area is with the white? It looks like a photograph, and that's not what we want. So it's, and someone just said bloom. There is still bloom, but it's different. I've made a custom bloom. It's a bit different. And I think the normal bloom is still there, but it isn't just bloom. It's bloom and the other thing. So there's ambient occlusion that it's adding around here, which I thought I wanted, but it kind of looks a bit muddy. And there's this weird sort of, some of you might have noticed this with the older gameplay, is that there's this weird ghosting on the anti-aliasing. So excuse me, it happens at certain resolutions where in the older versions, if you were like moving really fast, you would see ghosts of Gabi like imprinted into the floor. That's this weird thing with the default Unreal anti-aliasing. It's called temporal TSA or something, temporal anti-aliasing, and it's really bad for stylized games. And it gives you these artifacts. So I've made it so that I've deliberately ripped that out and just put in FXAA instead. But you can only do that if you change like the rendering pipeline. So I'm actually using an older rendering pipeline now, which uses like a different, it has only one rendering pass instead of two. And you don't want to do that normally, but in this case, it actually works, and because it does a few things. It gives me better anti-aliasing, which is a big priority for this game because the line work has to look immaculate, and it also gives me what else does it do? I think, yeah, so the disadvantage with this pipeline I'm using is that you can't use screen space effects. So you can't use screen space reflections. You can't use screen space ambient occlusion even, I don't think. Or maybe you can, but you can't use screen space reflections. And to me, that's fine, because I don't want to use them anyway, because they look not good. So I'm trying to see if there's another... In one of the other bits of footage from maybe one of these episodes, in one of these older scrap levels, yeah, because the contractor I had, he was very like a PBR type guy, and I've sort of pivoted away from that now because it's not quite it. Like you can see in some of these bits especially there's like this part of the level that has a very shiny floor and it just looks CG. Like here, even on this grid, there's like these reflections, and it's like it just doesn't look exactly right. Like an anime wouldn't shade it like that. And then there's this, here's another level, a bit of the level. This was the first like lab iteration, and you could see the SSR everywhere, and that's like a giveaway that this is an Unreal game. So I deliberately went in and changed all the rendering. I got rid of that stuff because I didn't like it. And I've changed the entire post-processing stack. There's actually very little post-processing now. The only thing I'm using is like a bloom and a diffuse bloom. So I'm using 2 blooms, and one of them is something I wrote. And I think that's literally it. It's just 2 blooms, the normal bloom and a diffuse, so that when you I don't know if you guys can even notice it, but it adds this soft glow to the color. So that when you look at like the shadows, there's like a bit of soft feathering going on. I see it in anime all the time, so I wrote something like that for it. And that's it. So there's no screen space, whatever. There's no ray tracing. There's no lumen. There's none of that stuff because it all makes it look unreal. And I don't want the unreal look. I just want this, whatever this anime. So yeah, to me, it makes like UE5 even more unappealing because a lot of the tools that I've heard of, at least, is for people that want to use all that stuff that I have cut out. So if you want to do something cool with deferred rendering, you want like better screen space, you want ray trace reflections, you want this and this and that, that's fine. But I don't want that. I deliberately want the, you know that meme where it's like the car and it's like, this is fine, but I want this. That's like what I'm doing here, right? So that's why you'll notice that everything it's still not exactly fully there yet, but it looks less unreal than the previous version because I've gotten rid of all the post effects and the tone mapping and the screen space reflections and the motion blur. That also comes by default, and it just kills the look of this so much. So even here, you see this little bit here, it just looks like someone slapped on like an asset store metal texture, because that's what we did for this level. And it's like, no, we could do better than that, surely. So I went and changed it all. And I think I like it a lot better. To me, this looks more convincing. I still need to do a bit more to it, but yeah. But that's kind of why I just don't care about what UE5 is doing, because I don't think they are, the way the industry is going, no one wants to do what I'm doing. They all want to do like their Fortnites and their RTX graphics. They all want to do that stuff, and that's cool, but that's not what I want. So you'll notice that the floor, there's like no specular on the floor. That's on purpose. This is actually this is some marketplace texture, and I've deliberately taken off the roughness and specular maps because it looks PBR when I do that. So anyway, yeah. So that's just a little, just for those wondering. That's why I'm sticking with 4, because all the extra new stuff they're adding to 5, I don't feel like it's gonna help. You don't want it to look unreal. You want it to look unreal. Yeah. Yes, you kind of. Oh, thanks, Neo Kill. Well, yeah, so that's why Unity games tend to have an easier time with this sort of thing. If you'll notice that most people that want to do stylized games will pick Unity, because Unity doesn't have all of these post effects on by default. So it gives you a blank slate. Whereas Unreal, it gives you this so much in the box, which is good, but if you don't want that, you have to actually put in the effort to tell it, stop screen space, stop doing all that stuff, please, just turn it off, because it will have it on by default. So you have to actually put it, there's a bit more effort in Unreal to make it look more stylized. But you know, that's just, I mean, Unreal doesn't really have a reputation for that anyway, does it? Unreal's reputation, its image, its brand is realism. So I wouldn't expect them to make it easy for the stylized stuff. I'm not complaining. I'm just trying to explain why I'm completely apathetic to UE5. Yeah, so I'm using forward. And oh yeah, I forgot to mention, yeah, so because I'm using forward, it bricks me from using features that I don't want to use anyway, and the frame rate is like 20% better. Isn't that cool? So it means that when you guys play it eventually, the game will run better just by virtue of me like not letting the engine do stuff I don't want. So by me choosing to axe that off, I'm cutting off all that extra stuff. It like runs, like the frame rate went from, when I was running the test scene, it went from like 120 to 160 FPS or something like that. And I was like, oh my God, this is, because it just looked smoother. And that is, for me, a huge priority, that it runs decent. Because who wants to play a speedrunning game that runs worse because they want SSR? Like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like it is. Yeah, it needs to run better. Persona 3 requires an RTX card? Whoa. That must be one intense game. And yeah, so a lot of the... this is a thing for... I do have to get going, but... I will have an episode at some point. I don't know when, because I have a few other I have to get through first. But there will be an episode at some point about some of the other tricks I'm doing, because there's a lot of effects that I'm faking. So instead of having like volumetric sun rays, I actually do have a sprite of like a fake god ray that I'm using in some of these levels. And I have a specific fog shader that isn't the default fog. I have a custom fog thing that I've written because I want the fog to look a certain way. So there's actually, yeah, there's a lot that I've totally forgot. Because I forgot I even did this work. I only just remembered now that I even did this. Because I haven't made videos on this stuff yet. This is sort of what I was busy with last year, is some of this. So there will be an episode on it at some point, but I have to get through a few others and all of this stuff. So I will get to explain all that in due time. But for the moment, that's going to cut it for me for today. We'll be back. What is today? Thursday? It is. So we'll be back tomorrow for some more. I don't know, which one do I want to work on tomorrow? I guess we'll see what I'm in the mood for. I don't know exactly which one. Maybe the vault. Maybe we'll do that. Just spending it all on the vault, because the vault is an important one and it's going to be pretty cool, I reckon. Anyway, guys, thanks for sticking around. I'll catch you tomorrow at the same time.